Good morning and welcome to this UTV's Puebla International Virtual Conference, Challenges of a New Teaching. We are excited to bring to you our third annual English Teaching Conference with the sole purpose of bringing institutions around the world together to share the experiences this global pandemic has brought upon our teaching realities. Welcome.
Joining us today for our opening ceremony, we proudly present the authorities.
Dr. Gabriel Gilberto Pineda Guerrero, Subdirector of Public Universities in the State of Puebla, in representation of Miss America Rosas Tapia, Secretary of Higher Education in the State of Puebla. Welcome.
Dr. Indira Castillo del Ángel, Academic and Development Coordinator, General Coordination of Technological and Polytechnic Universities.
Ms. Yannick Hernández Domínguez, Academic Subdirector at General Coordination of Technological and Polytechnical Universities.
Good morning.
Ms. Mildred Toledo Antunes, Department Head of International Projects and Programs, General Coordination of Technological and Polytechnic Universities.
Dr. Ruth Petzel, Regional English Language Officer of the U.S. in Mexico.
Good morning.
Ms. Glenda Fish, Operations and Academic Manager, Trent University in Canada.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Miguel Islas, Program Manager Education at Peace Corps Mexico.
Good morning, everyone. Great to be here.
Ms. Erika Torres Sanchez, Chancellor at UTEVIS Puebla.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome.
Ms. Estefanía Hernández Velázquez, Internationalization and Mobility at UTEVIS Puebla.
Good morning.
And now, a message from Dr. Gabriel Gilberto Pineda Guerrero, Subdirector of Public Universities in the State of Puebla.
Desafíos para la nueva enseñanza. No podía ser más oportuno el tema, dado el momento histórico que estamos viviendo. Felicito efusivamente a UTEVIS la iniciativa por este evento, especialmente a la rectora Erika Torres y a Jessica Solís, quienes han hecho posible que sea realizado. Saludo desde el Gobierno del Estado a los ponentes que estarán con nosotros de diferentes países, Canadá, Estados Unidos, la India, Sudán, entre otros. Y saludo también al Presidium que hoy nos acompaña. Básicamente, el mensaje desde el Gobierno del Estado es que este evento sirva para poder responder algunas preguntas que surgen a partir de la enseñanza. En estos días veremos desarrollados metodologías para la enseñanza del inglés, formas innovadoras a través de medios tecnológicos para poder tener más impacto. Simplemente les quisiera dejar 4 preguntas. Ojalá y estas preguntas puedan ser contestadas durante estos días. La primera pregunta sería, ¿qué enseñar? ¿Qué debemos enseñar? ¿Qué de toda la información que tenemos debemos quitar? ¿Qué de toda la información que tenemos debemos resumir? La segunda pregunta sería, ¿cómo enseñar? A partir de tanta tecnología, a partir de tanta información, ¿cuál sería el método o los métodos a seguir para jalar la atención de los alumnos? Especialmente desde un particular punto de vista a partir de la narrativa. Debemos ser grandes narradores para llamar la curiosidad y la atención de nuestros alumnos. Y debemos despertar en ellos la curiosidad por investigar, la curiosidad por saber. La tercera pregunta sería, ¿con qué enseñar? ¿Con qué recursos tenemos? Porque no todos nuestros alumnos tienen los mismos recursos. ¿Cómo le hacemos desde la docencia, desde la investigación, para poder hacer llegar esos recursos a todos nuestros estudiantes? Y por último, la pregunta sería, ¿para qué enseñar? Entiendo que enseñamos para formar mejores personas, porque mejores alumnos hacen mejores personas y mejores personas hacen de este mundo un mundo mejor que hoy nos necesita tanto. Por último, la crisis puede ser vista como oportunidad y a partir de esta oportunidad necesitamos un cambio. Si no somos nosotros, entonces ¿quién? Y si no es ahora, entonces ¿cuándo? Felicidades a todos. Enhorabuena. Un saludo.
Thank you, Dr. Gabriel. With us, a message from Dr. Ruth Petzel, Regional English Language Officer of the USA Embassy in Mexico.
Thank you. Honorable officials and all of our friends at UTBIS Puebla, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation to join you this morning. We in the Regional English Language Office of the U.S. Embassy in Mexico are very pleased and proud to contribute to this event by sponsoring one of your speakers, Heather Gaddis, who was a star of our recent webinar series on teaching online, which was called It's About Teaching, Not Technology. Not to dismiss technology, but we wanted to get across the point that it's not just the tool, it's important in this, but it's really that we are still focused on our teaching. We're also happy to see that Peace Corps is here with us. Very, very nice to see you, Miguel. So back to our contribution. We are happy that the webinar series that we did earlier this summer is now available to those who might have missed the live performances. You can go to the Relo Mexico Facebook page and view all 12 episodes. They are in a viewing list so that you can pick and choose which episodes are most important to you. So we also invite you, while you are there, to explore some of the other resources we have. And you can go as well to the U.S. Embassy in Mexico website, where you'll find a link for the Regional English Language Office. And there are resources there for online teaching, which is clearly more important these days. But there are also resources there for face-to-face teaching when that returns. As the theme of today's event states, we are definitely transitioning to a new way of teaching. And I'm very pleased that so many of us and other organizations have responded to that by trying to make the job of teachers and learners easier. I think it's important that we also remember, as our speaker from the Secretariat de Educación mentioned, that not everyone has access to the resources, online resources, and that we need to remember the classic means of education, or the classic means of communication, television and radio. And so to that end, now the Relo office is exploring how we might support the government of Mexico in teaching via radio. UNESCO reminds us that 50% of learners in the world actually do not have access to the internet. And I might draw your attention to a conference they had earlier this summer. They've published a report on that, which gives best practices and a Q&A section in their report on how to do teaching via radio and television. I think if you go to the UNESCO site and Google the COVID-19 education response, you'll find it. If not, feel free to contact me for the link. So with that, I wish you all well during the event, and of course, much success and sharing what you learn and implementing the fruits of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruth Petzel. I want to welcome Dr. Indira Castillo del Ángel, Academic and Development Coordinator at General Coordination of Technological and Polytechnical Universities. Welcome, Dr. Indira. Now, a message from Glenda Fish, Operations and Academic Manager at Trent University, ESL.
Good morning,
Please, Ms.
everyone.
Glenda.
It is so good to be with you. I just marvel that we can be in a conference together, and we are in very different places. Like you, we have moved to remote teaching and remote everything. I was in Mexico. I met some of you there. I recognize your faces. I was in Mexico March 10th to 12th, and immediately upon our return, the situation changed dramatically in Canada and specifically in Peterborough, Ontario at Trent University. And so immediately we made the switch to running the whole university remotely from our homes. And I have been there ever since. If you look at my background, you can see that I'm in my little office at home. And so that's what we have been doing. And so this is a very interesting point in time because we are sharing together in an experience that is common to all of us, and that is that we are making this switch because of the pandemic from teaching in a classroom, a bricks and mortar classroom, to teaching in virtual classrooms. And so we have this shared experience that we perhaps have not had before to this extent. You know, we've always been teachers. We've always had things that we share in common, but I think we are sharing this experience of making the switch from bricks and mortar classrooms to virtual classrooms. We're sharing that experience together, and I think that makes this moment particularly special, and this conference particularly special. And so it was for that reason that I approached two different people at our university to ask them to join your conference, because I thought what a wonderful opportunity it would be for us to share together. And so both of them agree. One is Judy Brocklehurst. She is from our own ESL department, and her area of interest from the beginning of the switch to remote teaching was online testing and academic honesty, and how do we achieve that in an online setting. So she's going to speak to her own experience and the research that she has done in that area. And then I also approached Dr. Joel Bates he is the director of our Center for Teaching and Learning. And the Center for Teaching and Learning has been very, very busy at our university, teaching instructors and advising instructors on how to make the switch to remote teaching. And so Joel, Dr. Bates, is going to share some of his thoughts on, he's called his session Begin Again. You planned a course maybe for an in-person classroom, but now he's talking begin again, planning a remote course. How do we start again and plan a remote course? So I trust that you will enjoy their sessions. And in closing, I would just like to extend warm greetings from Trent University. We so value our relationship with UTBIS Puebla. We look forward to a continued relationship with you, and we are delighted to be part of this conference. So best wishes to you all, and I hope that it is a learning experience and a productive experience for you.
Thank you very much, Glenda. And now a few words from Dr. Indira Castillo del Ángel, Academic and Development Coordinator at General Coordination of Technological and Polytechnic Universities.
Thank you. Good morning. Yo les voy a hablar en español porque estamos en México y para que sea un poco más fluido. Con el gusto de saludar a todos. Querida directora, felicidades por este congreso internacional que seguro será todo un éxito. Maestro Gabriel, me da gusto saludarlo en esta plataforma y todos los invitados y participantes que se encuentran el día de hoy. Me da mucho gusto saludarlos con la honrosa presentación del doctor Herminio Baltasar, coordinador general de las Universidades Tecnológicas y Politécnicas. Sean todos bienvenidos. Sin duda estas iniciativas, estos congresos, este intercambio sobre todo de conocimientos e información en estos desafíos de la nueva enseñanza, en esta ocasión del idioma inglés y en este Challenge of a New Teaching, me da mucho gusto saludarlos, saber que están aquí presentes, siempre en pro de pues mejores prácticas del idioma inglés. La Universidad Tecnológica BIS de Puebla, pues ya es un ícono en este modelo en este modelo BIS que tenemos las universidades tecnológicas y politécnicas. Para los participantes, los docentes y todos los congresistas que se encuentran hoy reunidos, será de gran trascendencia una vez más este Congreso Internacional. El año pasado, si mal no recuerdo, estuve por allá con ustedes participando en este Congreso de manera física, pero bueno, hoy la pandemia y las circunstancias nos llevan a otro tipo de prácticas. Sin embargo, lo importante aquí es realizarlo, hacerlo, y este intercambio de conocimientos, de prácticas que sin duda nos darán un gran impulso a la enseñanza del idioma inglés y a la consolidación, sobre todo de nuestras universidades BIS. Muchas gracias a todos por la participación. Gracias, maestra Yannick, que es la responsable de las universidades BIS en nuestro subsistema. Gracias, Mildred, también por este impulso que les dan a este gran idioma. Y bueno, no me queda más que desearles el mejor de los éxitos en este congreso y que todas las metas y objetivos planteados se cumplan. Muchas gracias, enhorabuena, abrazo para todos.
Thank you very much. And now, to inaugurate this international virtual conference, words of acknowledgement from Ms. Erika Torres Sanchez, Chancellor of UTBIS Puebla.
Thank you. Good morning. Today, I am delighted to welcome distinguished national and international members of the presidium, colleagues, friends, all the participants coming from different parts of the world. UTBIS Puebla is pleased to welcome you to its International Virtual Conference, Challenges of a New Teacher. We appreciate your enthusiastic answer and interest on the official call. This is great international event. We are glad for having this new opportunity of sharing new experience and strategies among professionals that accompany us. This important international event gathers recognized specialists, researchers, professors,
and academic leaders from Mexico and different countries. There is no doubt that hosting this international encounter is a matter of pride for UTEBIS Puebla and its community. Channels of a New Teaching has a main objective to promote the interaction and exchange of the best experience and national and international academic practice along with bilingual techniques linking you with experts who will share with you what other educators are making ready educational attainment in this new reality which we are all facing and that make us find new strategies offering an innovative and quality education. In following days, this conference will provide the opportunity to watch virtual presentation that will help with new learning environments to reform our pedagogical practice in this environment of your university challenging or adaptation. All of these have cumulatively changed, bringing new tendencies, student profiles, learning teacher methodologies. Nevertheless, as university, we have the essential responsibility of transforming lives, running a comprehensive training regardless of place, country, or school. We are global challenges. Behind this international encounter, there is an extraordinary team who have extended their working hours and dedication. For this reason, I would like to acknowledge and congratulate their work in achieving this great conference. Likewise, I acknowledge our national and international speakers for sharing their expertise. Please feel pride that over 1,000 attendees will witness your outstanding work. Finally, I encourage students, academics, and professionals to participate and obtain the best benefits of this world-class event, wishing it contributes to your development. UTEBIS Puebla is a flagship for being the first BIS university in the state of Puebla. I assure this event will mark a groundbreaking moment. Welcome to Mexico, welcome to UTEBIS Puebla. Make yourself at home. Thank you.
We thank our authorities for being here today and for the opening ceremony. And now, join us for our first presentation. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day one of Challenges of a New Teaching. I am Arturo Monarca and will be your host today. Our very first presentation is the BlendSync approach to teaching ESL pedagogy and technology, brought to us by Donald Moen and Dimitri Priven from Algonquin College. Dimitri Priven teaches in and coordinates the graduate certificate TESOL program at Algonquin College in Ottawa. His research interests include grammar instruction for reading comprehension and teacher training in 3D virtual learning environments. He's currently completing his PhD studies in applied linguistics at Carleton University. Dimitri also serves on the board of TESOL Canada as chair of the Standards Committee. Donald Moen is a professor in the Language Institute at the Algonquin College of Applied Arts and Technology in Ottawa, Canada. He holds degrees from the University of Western Ontario, University of Calgary, University of Alberta, and University of Victoria. He has taught in various parts of Canada, China, and South Korea. His research interests include intercultural communication, educational technology, online education, and educational leadership. Without further ado, let's begin.
Thank you so much, Arturo, and bienvenidos a todos, y muchas gracias por participar con ese congreso. Muchas gracias a la Universidad de Puebla, muchas gracias a Arturo, Estefanía, y muchas gracias con ustedes today. So, we're going to be talking about blended synchronous delivery in ESL classes, specifically English for Academic Purposes classes, which I teach, and Dimitri trains teachers. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So our title is Asynchronous and Synchronous BlendSync ESL classes. I will more deal with like the theoretical side of a lot of things, and Dimitri will deal a lot more with the practical side in the second half of the presentation. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So our agenda for today is talking about the difference between asynchronous and synchronous. I'm going to talk a bit about that. And then social presence, what that means. And then Dimitri is going to talk about the actual delivery of blended synchronous learning, and we will take some questions at the end. Next slide, please. So asynchronous versus synchronous versus asynchronous. So asynchronous means not at the same time, and synchronous means at the same time. We're talking about this in the context of online learning, but it's important to remember we have always had the difference between synchronous and asynchronous learning. For example, when before the internet existed, when we read textbooks before class, that was asynchronous. And then we went to class and we did synchronous learning. So synchronous learning does not involve immediate interactions. Discussion boards and posting links are asynchronous. Okay, there's still communication, like Facebook is generally, except for Facebook Live, is generally asynchronous, but synchronous involves immediate interaction like we are doing now. Some activities are better synchronous or asynchronous, really depending on the learner and not on the activity, which makes the learner choice paramount. So just to explain this a little bit, I often get the question, well, what activities are better in an online synchronous class and which ones are better to put, for example, in a discussion board? This very much depends on the learner, okay? For example, some learners want a lot of preparation, okay, in order to do an activity. And generally in that context, asynchronous works better. Some learners prefer doing things immediately. They prefer to be spontaneous. So that really depends on the learner. So in an online environment, it's even more important for learners to know their learning style. Next slide, please. So in terms of online synchronous learning, Yamada argues that voice communication strongly affects both learners' active side and output. The existence of a partner's image enhances the consciousness of natural communication, which leads to a number of self-corrections, an aspect of learning performance. However, voice communication has a negative effect on confidence and grammatical accuracy. So of course, when speaking, students become nervous. They think of grammar mistakes, right? Just like, you know, at the beginning when I was speaking in Spanish. And there is the effect on confidence. So it's important as teachers, especially online, we're already used to helping our students with confidence, but even more online, and to make it safe, feeling safe for students to make mistakes. But it is also important to remember that images are very important. Think about a live classroom, and you do an activity, a speaking activity, where your eyes are closed. Your students' eyes are closed. They're more uncomfortable speaking. And it's kind of the same when you are speaking to a picture and not an image, right? So it's important for students to have their camera on. However, bandwidth, of course, there are technical aspects that can limit this. Next slide, please. Well, social presence. So social presence is a term that is used to talk about the degree of intimacy, obviously. And there are two parts that are really important here: intimacy and immediacy, okay? When something's more personal, okay, you're talking to a friend, you're talking about your personal problems, often you prefer face-to-face communication, right? You would not, it would be uncomfortable if you texted somebody had a car accident, right? That would be an uncomfortable thing that would require more social presence, right? Lighter things need less social presence, but it's the degree of salience one feels, right? How important, how emotionally connected am I? So intimacy, but also immediacy, right? The need for communication to be right there, okay? But Snart argues that the failure of the correspondence movement was a lack of social presence. See, online learning has been more powerful than correspondence. Before the internet, if you're depending on your age, when I was an undergraduate student, I took a couple of correspondence courses. And we wrote essays and we put them in the mail and we posted them to our teacher and we got them back through the mail. And that was but that had very limited social presence. And that is what is key, okay? Learning, education is still a social activity that needs social presence. Next slide, please. So social presence in synchronous learning. So if you already know how to create a social environment face-to-face. This is very important. If you're a teacher, if you're an experienced teacher, you already have these skills, okay? It's very important to remember that, okay? And things like smiling, gestures, nodding. You can see I am talking with my hands, okay, on camera, nodding, showing your engagement, showing your passion, okay? Your personality face-to-face needs to also be there online, and that will take experience. Asking students to raise their hand, do polls, comment in the chat area are all very important to keep learners active. And it's very important to ask yourself these two questions. How do you engage learners face-to-face? How do you do it? How would you do it if you were in class physically with the students? And how do you translate that into a web conference? Okay? But you already know how to do this. You are adapting, not learning something new. So I want to empower you. Next slide, please. So in asynchronous learning, emoticons can develop emotional interaction, leading to more student engagement. Okay? Even a happy face can relax a student, okay? Learning is serious, right? And we are doing these courses. The students get degrees. their life, their career, their families, their money, okay, all depend on this, okay? And students are often nervous, okay? So even a happy face can just relax them a little bit, okay? And other emoticons. In prepared videos, social cues like smiling and nodding increases social presence. You can do a lot more face-to-face, but you have fewer tools online for social presence. So the tools you have, you must use more. And monitor the discussion boards, okay? Go to the discussion boards, ask questions, okay? Become a member. In the same way, when you have a small group discussion, you might go from one group to another group and participate a little bit, right? Creating intimacy can be sharing details of one's life. And these do not always need to be intimate to create intimacy, okay? I live in the Ottawa area. It is it is in the middle of Canada, okay? About 700 kilometers north of New York City in the United States, okay? I am from Vancouver originally, okay? Which is near Seattle, Washington in the United States. And so I let my students know where I'm from. It's not a deeply personal fact, but it creates intimacy, okay? So you don't have to tell you all your life story. Your students do not need to be your psychologist, but you can reveal parts about your life, okay? Which creates intimacy all the more online. It's even more important. Next slide, please. So building an autonomous course site, okay? So it's really important in online learning when you're mixing face-to-face and online learning. And one of the things Dimitri and I have done for years, which has prepared us for this pandemic, is we have offered our classes face-to-face and via Zoom at the same time. So when I teach, I have a web conference like this. We use the Zoom platform, and I'm operating 2 classes at the same time. So I have my asynchronous part, which is my class website. I have quizzes and documents and many things like that. And I practice principles of online course web design. And just Google the basics of online course web design. Some small things like at least 2 or 3 places to find the same thing. So I post the quizzes in 2 or 3 places, so it's just easier to find it, okay? The more important elements, I make bigger. The less important things, I make smaller, okay? Adding pictures. All of these are principles of online course design that are simple, but they're a nice checklist to getting more engagement online. Checking answers through quizzes in the learning management system. So if you use, you might use the Google Sites, or you may have a learning management system like Blackboard or something like that, but creating quizzes so students can check their own work and even do the quiz many times. So they can do textbook work, get half the answers wrong, struggle and fight, and it works like a game to increase their ability. Alternative YouTube explanations. So I explain grammar and structure and vocabulary to my students, but I also provide YouTube videos that give them another perspective, just another voice that's different from mine. Prescribed discussion board activities. So discussion board activities need to be more than how's the weather, okay? Or how was your weekend, or something like that. In the same way we focus in language activities, discussion board activities must focus on a language target. If our target is how to buy a meal in a restaurant, well, it's good for a discussion board activity to maybe be a dialogue of buying a meal in a restaurant or sharing the experience, okay? But you, of course, have goals in your courses, and the discussion board activities need to connect to these goals. And make yourself less necessary as a teacher. This is one of the things I try to do, okay? I try to use myself as a resource, but less essential. So that's one of the reasons I let students find answers by quizzes, okay? I let them talk to each other, and then they can ask me questions about what areas are gray. okay? And also the YouTube explanations. So if students miss a class, maybe they did not hear my explanation, but there is an explanation for what they missed. Next slide, please. So synchronous learning engagement, interactive whiteboards. So most have a whiteboard or like a blackboard you have in a class, and students can put answers on the board, put their opinions, okay? It's interactive, okay? Students cannot come and write on the board like a classroom, but they can type on it. Students answering questions in the chat. Some students are shy. They do not want to put on their audio, but they will write the answers in a chat. Breakout rooms for group work. We all do group work in our classes, and it's also important to remember that we can create rooms and do group activities. If you wanted to do an activity in class, in groups, then in an online class, you should also do it in groups, right? The technology is there. Project the textbook, okay? I know often my students in class cannot see what page we are doing. They're sometimes just, they're on the moon or somewhere, but not in class, right? So projecting the textbook to see what page, what it should look like, what they're looking at is important. And just do the same things you would in a face-to-face class. But there is a tactile challenge. And if you're like me, I love pieces of paper in class, right? I love, cutting up a reading or, like having students exchange papers and all of that. And I cannot do that online. So, interactive whiteboards and some other things, writing in the chat, so students are typing, create some tactile ability, but, not always the same. Next slide, please. And so finally, there's periphery participation, and hold the emphasis that those joining an educational community need to be able to lurk on the edges through legitimate peripheral participation before they feel comfortable enough to join. Many members evolve into communities rather than jump in them, okay? So think of those shy people in your class, okay? Sometimes there are only 2 or 3 people speaking in the class, but they are paying attention. They just don't feel they have anything to say. So in this context, okay, there will be people who are at the edge. So we can leave that in chaos or we can manage it. So a chat, having students answer in the chat means they can be shy, not answer with their voice, but maybe they're comfortable with answering in the chat. And there can be more periphery participation in an online conference than in a face-to-face class. Next slide, please. So in the physical classroom, verbal communication is usually the only way to participate in a discussion, which can be an obstacle for introverts or those with anxiety about participation. Being able to speak through web conferencing software or make a written comment allows some participants the ability to join, work around, or evolve into the community of practice before or more fully in a way that could not happen face-to-face. Because some people don't jump into the water, some people go to the shallow end and walk in. Next slide, please. So students will not always seem engaged online compared to a face-to-face class, but that does not mean they aren't, okay? Many students seem unengaged, but are fully listening, okay? Taking polls, asking for answers in the chat, and using the raise hand function are ways to manage the periphery. And there will always be a periphery, okay? There will be some students who are more engaged and less engaged. So if the teacher does not control the periphery is just left unmanaged, okay? So your choice is not periphery participation or no periphery participation. Your choice is you manage the periphery or you don't manage the periphery, okay? Next slide, please. Okay, so our teaching philosophy in BlendSync, it is next click because there are some animation here, is one physical virtual space. So generally speaking, we have one classroom, which also has the online class at the same time, and every day students choose to come physically or from home virtually. Of course, right now, it's only virtually because our campus is closed because of COVID-19. An equal opportunity to participate in classes for face-to-face and virtual remote students. So it's important to remember the students online and the face-to-face students. And one more click. And instructional modalities available to face-to-face students also equally available to virtual students. So I can't do like a bunch of cut up papers in class if I don't have a similar activity for virtual students, okay? But if I'm doing group work physically in class, I'm also doing it online, okay? With the next slide, I will turn you over to Dimitri Privan for the TESOL approach. Thank you. Dimitri?
Thanks, Don. Buenos dias a todos. So my name is Dimitri, and I will walk you through some technicalities of the approach that we are using. Now, these technicalities will basically, have to do with how we manage the technology and how we manage the different learning modalities in this virtual / physical classroom. So, I would like you to visualize a class. Now, this may have been pre-COVID-19, where you could have any number of students in class physically. And in the TESOL program, we typically had about 15 to 20 students in class physically. And at the same time, we had about 10 or 15 students virtually at the same time. And the platform we use now, this was new before COVID-19. It's Zoom, but I think everybody knows what Zoom is, this day and age. So the approach that I'm about to present actually would work quite well in an environment post-COVID-19, where you may have only a limited number of students in class physically. For example, I know that we are not going to be allowed to have more than 10 students in class. So in my new cohort of TESOL students, I will probably have about up to 10 students in my physical class and about 20 students on Zoom at the same time. So, but they're all inhabiting this shared virtual / physical space. Next slide, please. So I will talk about, some of the technical aspects, as I said. So for example, if you are teaching your regular lecture class and you have, virtual students in class and physical students in class, how does that work? So, for the face-to-face students, that's a normal lecture mode. You are standing in front of the class, you're lecturing, or you are engaging in dialogue. That's kind of, the normal learning modality. For the blended synchronous class, how does that work? So for the students who are attending at the same time from home, the audio gets to them through Zoom. And so there's always been a question that we have been, trying to tackle. How do you leverage audio in a class? How do you make sure that all of the interaction in class, either like the instructor speaking or the students, speaking, asking questions, answering questions, all of this, collaborative interaction, how does that become accessible to students who are at home? Because obviously, microphones can be a limitation. So we have stumbled upon this type of microphones. It's called, the array mic. And I'm not really paid by the company called Voice Tracker, or whatever the company is called, but it's just that we stumbled upon this mic, or this type of mic. The array mic basically is a combination of 5 microphones in one, and they're designed in such a way that whenever somebody from the far corner of the class speaks, the microphone that's closest to that person engages, and the other ones are suppressed. And it doesn't mean that you actually have 5 physical mics. It means you have one unit with 5 microphones, or maybe even more, integrated into it. Okay, and that microphone is permanently mounted on the teacher's desk, which seems to be the closest to everybody else in the class and the teacher. Okay, so that we have experimented with other mics, with lapel mics, with studio mics as well. But these array type mics seem to be working quite well to capture all of the class interaction and to make sure it's, the teacher doesn't have to repeat a question. Now, what happens if a student on Zoom does not hear a question? Maybe somebody at the far corner of the class speaks in a really low voice. What can you do? Well, obviously the teacher can reiterate the question. The challenge is when there's an extended remark from a student, okay? So obviously it's going to be difficult for the teacher to summarize everything, and a lot will be lost. That's why we're striving to achieve the best audio quality possible. So for the video feed, we have an HD tracking camera that follows the instructor, and it's mounted on the ceiling. We have also experimented with Logitech PTZ cameras, which are not self-tracking, which have a zoom, which have a remote control, right? So the teacher can actually zoom in and out. But the camera that I have in my class, which is a bit more expensive, so Dawn is about to show the PTZ, that's the PTZ. The one that I'm using currently is a self-tracking camera. It's a little bit more expensive. Actually, it's a lot more expensive, but we had funds at some point, to install it, and it's self-tracking. And I'm not saying that a self-tracking camera is necessarily better than the PTZ camera, like, the one that has a remote control, because sometimes I'm kind of relying on the tracking function of the camera to zoom in on the board, and sometimes it doesn't do it, the way I want it to. Okay, so in that respect, PTZ may be even handier if the teacher doesn't mind fiddling with, zooming in and zooming out. Okay. We also have a secondary camera. So that, the tracking camera is directed onto the instructor. That's the first, image on top of the slide, actually. And the bottom image is the other camera, which is located on the other wall of the class, and it has a feed of the class. So basically what the instructor does is the instructor toggles between two cameras. There's a shortcut on Zoom which allows you to toggle between two cameras. And the second camera, I've had different secondary cameras. I've had a camera that's mounted on the monitor sometimes, as long as it's HD, and then I can kind of swivel the monitor, both ways. So I toggle like this, whenever I'm speaking, the camera is on me. Whenever there's a student asking a question, I toggle to the secondary camera. And that creates more of an immersive environment for those who are on Zoom. So they see who is speaking, they hear who's speaking. So at least they can put a name to the face. Next slide, please. So, lecture slides. What happens with lecture slides? So for the face-to-face students, obviously the slides are on screen. They're actually projected on the screen. And so the class can see them. The physical class can see them. For the virtual students, the slides are projected through Zoom. So they're, we use the screen share feature, and Zoom has it. A lot of other virtual web conferencing platforms have the screen share feature, obviously, and it's not that hard to use. So basically, I just use the screen share feature, and I'm on Zoom all the time in the class, right? So I use the screen share feature. The physical class also sees it. Okay, whatever I'm streaming. Lecture slides, websites, anything, any kind of media. Next. So what if you have to show a video in class? And I mean, sometimes it's important. And I show a lot of different instructional videos or teaching videos, right? And in an English for academic purposes or any ESL class, obviously that's a big part of listening comprehension or watching comprehension. To show videos in real time. Now, Don also mentioned that, he posts his videos ahead of time so the students can watch on their own. But what if you need to actually, run a video and pause it, for all the students so that everybody's on the same page? So how do you do that? So, again, for the face-to-face class, for the physical class, it's projected on Zoom and the teacher has controls of the video, obviously. For the virtual, for the BlendSync students, again, it's projected through Zoom. Zoom has a feature which allows you to share internal audio. So the audio is not shared through the microphone and speakers, but it's actually shared internally through the computer. So anytime you run a video, if you, click a special button, you can share it. And then, the students at home get a decent quality of audio from the video. Now, obviously, the quality of the video will depend on the, the bandwidth, the connection, the internet connection. The better it is, the smoother the video will run, the less choppy it'll come out. I can basically say that any non-HD video will play better because it doesn't take up as much bandwidth. HD videos may potentially be a little bit choppier, and kind of like a combination of still shots sometimes. And sometimes it'll run quite smoothly. It all depends on the internet connection, okay? And so, the good thing, of course, is that the teacher can be in the control of the video, can stop it at any time, continue with the activity, start the video again, replay it. So, and that works well for both virtual students and in-class students. Next, please. So, for, different other types of media and websites for learning activities, how do we do that? So for the face-to-face students, these are obviously on screen, and students have access. Dawn mentioned that we use Brightspace as a learning management system, which is basically a desire to learn product. But we've used Blackboard before. I know that different people use, different institutions use Canvas as well. So you basically pre-post your learning activities on the on the LMS, and the students can either access them on the screen if the teacher basically shows it, or the students, who will show up obviously with laptops to class, can access those media on their laptops from the LMS, from Brightspace. Next line, please. And one more. So for the blended synchronous students, again, everything is screen shared. If they want to access these activities in sort of in a synchronous mode, then the teacher basically screen shares everything, right? For example, if I'm showing a particular PDF document or a website, like, for example, we work with corpus websites with our TESOL students. I just do a corpus search on the corpus of contemporary American English or BNC, for example, in real time, and the students can see it at home, how I'm searching. Or, they're welcome to open their own website at home and, do the same search, right? So either it's done in a synchronous way or kind of in a more self-paced way, right? As long as all of these links are posted on the LMS. Next slide, please. So for the Blackboard or whiteboard. Now, a lot of us teachers are actually kinesthetic folks. So I like to walk around the class. I like to use my whiteboard. I like to explain. You can see a picture on top with me explaining. I have the whiteboard, and actually there's an image next to it. There's the screen that basically shows myself. So it's kind of image within an image within an image, right? Which you don't have to do, but I mean, that's kind of how I'm showing it. So I like to, walk around. I like to explain on the whiteboard, or the Blackboard. How do I show this whiteboard? So obviously for the face-to-face class, they can see this whiteboard because they're there. For the, for the virtual class, for the virtual part of the class, well, the whiteboard is projected through the self-tracking camera. And actually, here's where the zoom feature comes in really handy, because then you can really zoom in on a part of the whiteboard that you're, showing, so that the image is very clear, right? Now, if you're not a big fan of the whiteboard, there's also the virtual whiteboard, which is the image below. And actually, can you load 2 more lines? There's just 2 more lines missing. There we go. Thank you. So if you'd like to use the virtual whiteboard, Zoom has that feature. And again, a lot of other web conferencing platforms have that feature. The disadvantage of using that feature for a blended class, of course, is that the teacher will have to sit down in front of the computer and use it and type into it. So it's not as kinesthetic of an activity. I mean, it is still kinesthetic because you're typing, but you can't really, walk and teach, So, but both of these options are available, right? And sometimes, for example, we have challenges with the camera, or the image is not as sharp as it could be. Then I use the whiteboard, and then that is visible to my virtual students through Zoom, because it's a feature of Zoom, and it's also visible to my physical students because it's projected on the screen. Okay, so so we've basically used both features. Now, the virtual whiteboard has a lot of neat features, like you can erase stuff, you can annotate it, you can use different colors, you can use different fonts. I don't think you can post images into it, or you can paste images into it. But what some people have used instead of the whiteboard is just a simple Google Doc, right? Or a simple Word document that can be projected. And even a simple Word document can function as a pretty decent whiteboard, because again, you can change the fonts, you can highlight, you can annotate. Next slide, please. So the whole class interaction, how does that take place? So obviously for the face-to-face class, we have teachers to students, students to teachers, students to students. So we have teachers lecturing, we have students asking questions, we have students working in groups with one another, okay, or just commenting as a whole class on what other people are saying. So my classes tend to be kind of free-flowing. If there's a question, I don't wait until the end of the lecture. My lectures are fairly interactive, right? So you need that sort of interaction in class, and the classes are not that huge, so you can actually make sure that it doesn't get out of hand. So for the blended synchronous class, same same interaction modalities exist. The same thing is captured for the virtual class as well. So if there's a question from the virtual class, there's a hand raise feature on Zoom, and you can actually put the questions in a queue. But sometimes the students just, speak, without raising hand, which I don't encourage, but sometimes it happens, right? Sometimes it's out of nowhere. So when a student on Zoom speaks, their question is broadcast on the class speakers, obviously, so the whole class, the whole physical class can hear them. If there's a question from the physical class, it's captured through the microphone for the students on Zoom. So both cohorts of the class can hear each other, quite well. And this is basically what creates some of the social presence that Don was talking about, right? You have students in class who know that it's a larger community and they can speak to someone who's on the other, literally this year is going to be on the other end of the world, because we might have some students joining in from China, right? And those students know that they're not alone, that there's a physical class and there's this physical/virtual community, right? So they can, I definitely encourage them to use voice rather than chat to ask questions, because it creates more of a social presence, right? And also equal presence, because the physical students, they cannot use the chat feature, right? Well, I mean, they could if they were on Zoom as well, but, they're usually not. So, they use that feature, and, whenever there's a question from the class, from the physical class, I can see that they've raised their hand, right? They can definitely talk to one another, and I'll talk about, the breakout room feature in a moment, in the next slide, please. So how do you leverage the group work and pair work? Well, in the physical class, the students are broken up into physical groups. And I suppose with, this year, won't have that many physical groups in class. On Zoom, the students are broken into virtual breakout rooms, okay? Where they can, talk to each other using voice, and only those who are in that group can talk to one another, right? The others cannot hear them. The groups can be set either manually or automatically. You can kind of allow Zoom to break them up into groups of 5, 6, 4, however many you want, or you can manually allocate them to the breakout rooms. So once you're in breakout room, you can use voice, you can use the same shared whiteboard, and actually even breakout rooms can be recorded, okay? But the students need to be able to record their breakout rooms on their own end, because it's hard for the teacher to record all of the breakout rooms. They basically have to walk into that room physically and push the the record button. Okay. So now with instructor kind of facilitating the activities in groups, the instructor can actually walk into these virtual breakout rooms, and like this, the students will definitely see them, so they're not walking into them incognito. I wish sometimes I had that option, but it doesn't exist. So yeah, the teacher can definitely facilitate and can ask any, making clarifications on the instructions. And I tend to walk around my physical class and ask if there's any questions. And at the same time, I have the same lapel mic that I'm wearing to go into the virtual rooms, okay? because it's just less distracting. And that's what I use my secondary mic as well. I didn't mention my secondary mic, but I have a lapel mic that I use specifically for breakout rooms. Whenever I go into breakout rooms, I switch from the main mic into my lapel mic, and from the main audio source, from the main set of speakers in a class, to my the headphone, because I don't want the breakout rooms to be distracting for the rest of the class, for the physical class. Okay, so I kind of that allows me, like those two mics allow me to kind of leverage technology so that it's not distracting for the rest of the class. So that feature has worked really well also, for us. And from what I understand, not all web conferencing platforms have that feature. This was one of the reasons we opted for Zoom in the first place, is because I think up until about a year ago, before the COVID, last time we checked, a lot of the web conferencing platforms still did not have the breakout room feature. But Zoom does, and maybe now, this day and age, maybe a lot of other web conferencing platforms have acquired that feature. So it's really, neat. Next slide, please. So in terms of, yes, I think we do want to talk about the lessons that we've learned. So, some lessons we learned from this kind of, blended interaction, and Dawn, feel free to jump in as well after this. So as far as the audio is concerned, the quality of the microphone is very important. You don't want, to have to repeat the question from the class for Zoomers, and, vice versa. You want to make sure that, the mic is adequate. It picks up the interaction in the class. It picks up the teacher, really well. Do all the necessary tests, for that. Camera has to be, HD. It doesn't really have to be HD, but it has to have a pretty sharp image of the, whiteboard, of the physical whiteboard, if you are indeed, using a physical whiteboard. If not, then definitely use a digital whiteboard. Then there's no issues with the camera. So as far as making sure that your face-to-face students and the remote students are one class, basically you have to treat them equally. You have to make sure that the students from Zoom are participating equally as well. We've had issues previously when we had more physical students. Let's say I had in my physical class, I had maybe 25 students, and in my virtual class I had 10. The Zoomers were a little bit intimidated, by the fact that they're the minority, and there's a physical class, and like things are happening in a physical class. I think at least that was the assumption at the beginning. But right now it's not going to be the case. There's going to be more people on Zoom, so I'm going to have to treat my physical students as more of an equal, class, which basically means make sure you ask both cohorts questions. Make sure you ask, sometimes you pick on people on Zoom, ask them specifically if there's any input from Zoom, if there's any input from anybody specifically on Zoom, and it helps to know who is on Zoom, right? So, the names of the participants are obviously, visible, so you know exactly who's there, right? And as far as communication, as I mentioned, I've always encouraged, voice over chat, okay? I've always encouraged my students on Zoom to use voice so that they're not just, and sometimes they, don't show their cameras, So I encourage them to show their camera when they're asking a question so that the physical students can put a name to the face, right? Again, it basically creates more of a social presence, not just a disembodied voice somewhere in the ether, floating around, okay? So, and chat can be also distracting for the instructor because the instructor has to keep track of, who's posting on chat. And sometimes, like if there's a lot of media to leverage, the chat box is not entirely visible, okay? So that, that's why we encourage our students to use voice over chat. And I think those are the main lessons learned. I don't know, is there anything to add from you, Don?
I would just remind people that when you're dealing with second language learners versus people who are fluent speakers of English, right? Like people who are learning English as opposed to fluent speakers, right? There are a lot of differences, right? As to the context in which Dimitri and I teach. So for example, you know, in Dimitri's class, everyone probably isn't going to struggle with the English language and have the same shyness over voice. However, in an English class, it's going to be a little different. So there are specific things there as well. In an education class, students are learning content, and there's a lot more practice, I think, in a second language class like I'm teaching. But you have to teach to your context. I guess that's really, you know, and create social presence within your context. There were a few questions here just about some technical stuff regarding Zoom. Like, is Zoom the only one with breakout rooms? No, there are other ones with breakout rooms. Zoom, I think, is the only one that offers breakout rooms in all of their editions. You got to be careful which one you purchase. I remember one time looking at WebEx, and I think they had 5 or 6 different versions of their product. And so some have breakout rooms, and, you know, like basic Skype is a web conferencing platform, but it is not educational. If you cannot do group work, I don't think it's educational, because you must be able to do group work. But Adobe Connect is another one, and it has very good technological capacity. But in terms, like Dimitri was mentioning, a lot of the time you are limited by the bandwidth of your students, right? Okay, they can't keep their camera on with low bandwidth. So, other questions? There was a question about how to manage and maintain permanent communication with students. One of the things I do is I have an introductory quiz for students. That includes just their hometown, their hobbies, so I can get to know them a little bit, right? And then I try to connect something personal with them, so when I call on them in class, when I'm talking to them in class, I can say, oh, you like tennis, or oh, you're from this place, which creates social presence, but also creates a feeling that I'm approachable, okay? And they feel more comfortable emailing me. Most of my communication with my students outside of class is by email, although I create a Facebook group, but they usually have a WhatsApp group for themselves secretly, right, where they can talk about me. Right? Feel free to jump in, Dimitri, if you...
I think there was a question about a shared, the Google Drive, and yes, you can certainly use Google Drive. I think I mentioned that you can use Google Drive instead of the whiteboard. If you'd like to use collaborative writing tools like, Google Drive or, the Dropbox or whatever, you can certainly also project it on Zoom or any other web conferencing platform. So, except that if you are in just a Zoom environment, you don't really have to do this because everybody has access to the same, Google Doc. But if you're teaching like me in a blended modality, like you have some students in class who may or may not have their laptops with them, it might be a good idea to actually project your Google Docs through the screen share application on Zoom so that both Zoomers can see you and like the students in class can see you.
I think it's also important to remember you are not technical support, right? And in many cases, there are technical support assistants in class with teachers in online classes and BlendSync classes, because you cannot stop teaching because one student online is having technical difficulties, right? That is not practical. And in terms of the questions around COVID-19, quite frankly, my job has become easier because I have less classroom management. and I'm used to teaching this way. So I'm used to teaching in the class, but also having the online class right there. Now I just sit here and I do my online class, and I do everything the same. But for the most part, Dimitri, what are your changes for under COVID?
Well, during COVID-19, when everybody moved online, we didn't have any physical presence, right? The physical classes were, outright canceled. But this coming fall session, we are actually allowed, well, at least in a TESOL program, we're actually allowed to go back to class and have up to 10 students in a physical class. So I'm going to be back to this blended synchronous delivery, right? I could theoretically just, be on Zoom, but I have a certain number of students that I've polled who would like to be in a physical class, who, would like to venture into a physical class in a mask and in, shield or whatever, other protective equipment. I think they value the physical presence that much that they actually would like to venture into the physical class, even though they don't really have to. They can just opt for the Zoom class, right? So I think the only difference for me is that it'll be fewer students in a physical class. Because like I said, prior to COVID-19, I had usually up to 25 students in my physical class and about 10 online. But now I can only have up to 10 in my physical class. So in terms of the leveraging both modalities, nothing will change. Just the numbers will change, right? But I suppose we'll see how it goes, and if there's any outbreaks specifically in my class. I don't know. Hope not. So my concerns at this point are not technical. My concerns at this point are medical and related to public health.
Maria was asking about Maria Mosqueda was asking about delivery of online English classes, and I'm not totally sure when you say due to the fact that it's not mandatory, if those classes are not mandatory. But here in Canada, our settlement, immigration, has been offering classes, BlendSync as well, where students can learn online or in the classroom, both, right? And those classes are not mandatory. I mean, they're free to Canadian immigrants, but they're not like university or college classes where where there are a lot of consequences for not attending. And people still participate, people still learn, but I would say the most important aspect is you're a teacher, you know what you're doing, you have experience, you're just in a different environment, but you still know what you're doing, and all of your experience is still useful. It's just creativity to put it in the online space, and start small and work your way up. If whiteboards are difficult, like Dimitri suggested, use Microsoft Word or Google Docs or whatever, wherever you usually type, right? Do something small, do something you're good at, and then add it, right? And also don't forget, it's new for you, so you're going to be anxious. It's new for students, they're going to be anxious. Is it involved to record the class in Zoom when working with teenagers? I would definitely check legal requirements there. Okay, in Canada, in the province of Ontario, there are legal rules in the Ministry of Education. In the province of Ontario in Canada, that requirement is after the class is finished. That is after the course, not the day's class, but the entire course is finished. All recordings must be deleted in 30 days. So you can use it with teenagers, but there's also the risk, do people not come to class and watch the video, right? And English classes are not just, they're not just content, right? They are practice. So if I watch a video of people speaking English, I'm not speaking. So that's the risk. be difficult to catch up students attending one or another modality for graduate. Actually, no. I take attendance for the question from Cecilia. Was it must be difficult to catch up with students attending one or another modality for grading purposes. If people attend online, they are present. Now I check online, and if they disappear, they become absent. Okay, but I mark them present, and so I know who has been present and who has not been present. And I also have those graded, I also have quizzes for the textbook work. So I see whether or not they completed those quizzes and checked their answers for the textbook work.
Just wanted to add, for the TESOL program, I mean, there could be all sorts of issues with, with bandwidth and, internet connection in general. And there might be, some students who live in, remote areas. Like I've had students always participating from various remote areas of Ontario where they're far from the cell tower, the signal is not as strong, and sometimes they lose it. And if it becomes a challenge, then you really have to kind of work it out on an individual basis. And in that case, maybe allow students to attend asynchronously, watch, videos of the class, recordings of the class, maybe participate through a discussion board, maybe work out some kind of, one-on-one activities with these students. I suspect we'll have issues with some students attending from various countries this, coming semester, because I know I'll have some students attending from China, from Mexico, from Brazil. Students have been allowed to start attending even without a study permit from their countries if they cannot enter Canada. So I'm sure we'll have these challenges and we'll have to work them out on an individual basis because, sometimes there's a time difference, there, might be an issue, right? Yeah.
Bernardo Romano Ortiz mentions, I wonder how you use those pieces of paper in a virtual class. And so I'll give you an example. So let's imagine a paragraph, okay? And I have cut up each sentence into one piece of paper, and students must order the sentences into the paragraph order, right? Online, I also have created a quiz which makes the order, they have to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? Or another thing I can do, just in a Word document, okay? I can prepare the paragraph, okay? And I will have it, and just have it in lines, not in order, right? And I can print it and cut it for the face-to-face. However, for the online, I can share that Word document as a picture. So students see it, they cannot touch it, they see it, and they must also put it in order. So it takes some creativity, but I don't think I am an artist. So.
Okay, thank you for answering. If your question wasn't answered, we will get back to you with a follow-up. Okay, thank you for such an insightful presentation, Dimitri and Donald. Okay, and thank you for joining. Coming up, keeping yourself and your students motivated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Arturo.
suministro y valor de una amplia gama de productos. Por ello, la UTBIS brinda educación de alto impacto para toda la región, ofertando las carreras TSU, mecatrónica, área robótica, procesos industriales, área automotriz, y tecnologías de la información y comunicación, área de desarrollo de software multiplataforma. Durante el ciclo escolar 2016-2017, se tuvo una matrícula de 260 estudiantes, conformando la primera generación. En el año 2017-2018, se reportó una matrícula de 405 estudiantes, lo que representa un incremento del 67.70%. La infraestructura general de la universidad se compone principalmente de 2 edificios, 2 auditorios, una terraza de usos múltiples, un laboratorio de cómputo para certificación iTEP, 3 aulas de TICS, 3 laboratorios de idiomas, un laboratorio de investigación y desarrollo, 22 aulas generales, una biblioteca, una cafetería, 3 laboratorios de cómputo, un laboratorio 3D metrología, un laboratorio de robótica e industria 4.0, un laboratorio automotriz, un laboratorio de redes y cancha de usos múltiples. La enseñanza-aprendizaje de nuestra institución dispone de una plantilla de 22 docentes, de los cuales 3 cuentan con maestría, 1 con doctorado y 3 candidatos a maestros, además del apoyo de 21 administrativos. Nuestra zona de influencia se encuentra dentro de 19 municipios de la región, de los que destacan San José Chiapa, Nopalucan, Rafael Aragrajales, Acajete, Libres y Soltepec. La UTBIS tiene más de 70 vinculaciones efectivas, de las cuales 40 son con empresas del sector productivo, destacando Audi de México y sus proveedoras, así como Pemex y empresas de nuestra zona de influencia como La Morena y Heineken, en las cuales estudiantes de la primera generación efectuaron estadías profesionales, teniendo un resultado altamente positivo, dando pertinencia a nuestro modelo educativo bilingüe, internacional y sustentable. Asimismo, 26 convenios de colaboración con instituciones de educación superior. Se destacan 4 convenios internacionales, teniendo como beneficio la movilidad estudiantil de 11 jóvenes en el periodo septiembre-diciembre de 2018 a Estados Unidos y Canadá. Para conocer la demanda de los 1,530 alumnos y alumnas que egresarán de educación media superior de los municipios de nuestra zona de influencia durante el presente ciclo escolar, se aplicaron 300 encuestas.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Your host, our second presentation is brought to us from Relo through the U.S. Embassy. So please welcome Heather Gaddis with keeping yourself and your students motivated. Let's talk a little bit about Heather. Heather Gaddis finished her master's in applied linguistics with a concentration in TESOL in 2008 at Old Dominion University and started her teaching career at Tidewater Community College, an Odus intensive English program. In August 29, she moved to Huajuapan de León, Oaxaca, and taught at the Universidad Tecnológica de la Mixteca. From there, she moved to Izmir, Turkey, and started to gain experience integrating technology into ELT. Heather went on to complete a master's in educational technology online with Boise State University. She turned to Mexico in 2011 and began working as an academic coordinator at a K-12 bilingual school in Querétaro. In 2008, she completed the diploma in teaching English to speakers of other languages through Cambridge English Assessment. Currently, Heather spends her time working on a variety of projects and courses, including coordinating a teacher training course for pre-service teachers, delivering training courses for teachers in Querétaro and the surrounding area, writing ELT materials, and working as an examiner to international proficiency exams. So please, let's welcome Heather Gaddis.
Hello, everybody. So it's nice to see people from different parts of Mexico. I can see I have a neighbor in Celaya. I live in Querétaro, and I see some interesting places that I've been in Mexico. Zacatlan, I went a couple years ago. Tlaxiaco, I've been when I used to live in Huajuapan de León. So it's really nice to see colleagues from all over the country. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and advance 2 slides, please. There we go. Thank you. So the session overview, we're going to talk about a couple things that were touched on in the last presentation, just a little bit, and then we're going to go forward and talk about some more things that we can do as teachers to help make this teaching online sustainable. Because I think most of us in March, when we went completely online, it was like, okay, we can do this for a little while, we can hold on, but now we have to think about how we can make this sustainable in the long haul, because we don't know how long we're going to be in the situation. And so we now have to step up as teachers and make this not just an okay situation, but the best situation we can. So in the chat, as you're listening to me, if you could write how you have grown as a teacher in the last few months. So some maybe things that you've tried or some areas that you've discovered that you weren't so great at, but now you've discovered you are really great at. So in this session today, we're going to cover learning about strategies for connecting to students online, so the social presence aspect, reflecting on our own professional practice, and then discussing ways of keeping our students motivated in class as well as outside of class. So next slide, please. Okay, so as our previous presenters talked about with social presence, it's important for us to think about this in terms of keeping our students connected and building rapport, right? So before all of this, I think we were always really good at building rapport as English teachers, right? But now we have to be more intentional about this. So just like they talked about, so having students raising their hands virtually or physically, or as I call it, the Mexican thumbs up, doing this to indicate to us that they've understood us, and also using different channels of communication at the same time. So what I mean by this is sometimes when I first start a class, as the students are coming into Zoom in those first couple of minutes, you know, I like to send private chats to the students like, hey, Fulanito, how are you doing today? How is your son? Or, hey, you know, is everything going okay with your other classes? Depending on how much you know about the students. But, you know, sending them private messages as they come in so that they know that you are aware that they've come in and that you are aware of them as people, right? And also encouraging students to, yes, use the video, but also being understanding when they can't. Like, I'll give you an example. I was teaching a B2 level class of students who were all over Mexico, and I asked a student to turn on his video, and he said, well, it's really hot. I'm in Lázaro Cárdenas, Michoacán, and I don't really want to show myself because I'm not wearing appropriate clothing. So I was like, okay, that's okay. So, you know, I would make sure with him, maybe sometimes I would check in with the chat. So using the different multiple communication tools to build rapport and to give feedback to students so that you're not always depending on the video, because, you know, especially for a lot of our students that are in different parts of Mexico, using the video may be difficult because of bandwidth, but it also may be difficult because we don't know where they are physically in the world, right? They may not want to show us their classroom or their living space, and that's okay. So another thing that I think we need to think about in terms of making students feel connected and focused is the use of visual aids. So I'm going to go into detail about this in a couple minutes, but this is really important to help students focus, especially if we're teaching lower level students, A1, A2, lower level English students. They need something in addition to just listening to us, especially if they're having some trouble hearing us, you know, because of connection problems. They need something visual to focus on as well. So this might include the agenda of the class, what we're going to do today, the instructions, image prompts that we might want them to respond to. So another thing is to set clear goals. I think, you know, as we have moved completely online, most of us have realized that some of the things that we used to be able to do in terms of getting the most out of our time, they're a little bit harder to do. So certain things might take a different amount of time online. So that's something that we need to think about. So setting clear goals for ourselves and setting clear goals for our students, so that they're not worried about covering everything. They're worried about covering what's most important. So it's really good to see some of your learning in the chat. So, you know, the idea that we never stop learning, that you're learning to use new tools and things like that. It's really good that you guys have taken on that challenge. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Okay, so as I was talking about with multiple communication channels, so thinking about how we can manage increase our connection with students in these different multiple communication channels. So in our synchronous sessions, using a combination of the camera, the microphone, and the chat. So the chat here, as I spoke about before, with sending private chats to students, kind of greeting them as they come into the classroom. You can use the private chat for that, and you can also use the public chat for things that messages you want to send to the whole group. So I think it's good to have that reinforcement of you saying the instructions and then also sending them in the chat for them to read them. And then the asynchronous part. So tomorrow, and my session for tomorrow is going to talk about learning management systems, but also using the learning management system and the communication tools that we have through there in order to communicate with our students on a personal level. So to give them personalized feedback on discussion forums, to greet them, or maybe to check in with them. If a student has missed the synchronous session, you can check in with them through your learning management system. So all of this, using these multiple communication channels, helps us to build rapport with our students. Even if we can't always see them in the video, which is really what we want as teachers, to be able to see their faces as they get concepts or as they're using the language. Even if we can't always see them, we can use all of these other communication channels to help us feel a little bit more at ease with everything. Because I know that as a teacher, I have to be really aware that I'm not just paying attention to the students with their camera on. I have to pay attention to everybody, right? And so it can be easy just to kind of focus on those 4 or 5 heads that you see in Zoom, and maybe everybody else has their camera off. But we really need to challenge ourselves to make sure that we're using all of these tools in order to involve all of our students in the class. Okay, so next slide, please. So as I was saying about visual aids, I think they're always important. They're important in face-to-face classes. We always think in face-to-face classes about how we can use our board, how we can use Realia, how can we use different materials in order to capture our students' attention. But I think in the online setting, when there's so many more distractions around, and we don't know if our students have an appropriate place to learn in their living environment, so we have to, I think, really think about visual aids and how we present things on the screen. So some different ways that we can use visual aids is an agenda. So having kind of just a list of, we're going to talk about this topic today. We're going to talk about vacation. Maybe not vacation right now because that's kind of cruel, but maybe we're going to talk about, natural resources, or we're going to talk about art today. So I've done some classes related to art with my students. So we're going to talk about art, we're going to do a listening activity, and then we're going to end with a writing activity maybe. So just so that they have an idea of what's going on in the class from the beginning, and then using instruction. So I've been working with some initial teacher training certificates. I coordinate and help teach several, and obviously all of them are online right now. And one thing I've really observed when my teacher trainees, when they're giving classes and they only give the instructions verbally, the students have a hard time, especially because these are A1 or A2 level students. So reinforcing the instructions by putting them on the screen or by putting them in the chat is always something that will help students. It's especially lower level, but I think it will help any student, again, because we don't know what kind of connection they have and how well they're able to hear us. And then the image prompt. So I think, using images, we can use them in interesting ways that maybe we couldn't use them in the face-to-face class, but trying to use image prompts as much as possible with our students so that they have something to focus on. So I'll give you an example of a really cool image based activity that I've used. It's called Hidden Pictures. And so the way I did this was in the private chat, I sent each student one image. And all of the images were a student study. So they were all similar in topic, but obviously they were all different. And what the students had to do in breakout rooms was to describe their image. So in my image, there are 3 students. They're in a library. 2 of the students are men. 1 of the students is a woman with short hair. They look happy. And then the other student would describe their photo. So I also have my my picture is people in a library, but I have 6 students, and they would continue to describe. And then when everybody came back to the main session in Zoom, I put all of the images up there, and they had to, based on the description that they had listened to, figure out which ones their partner had been talking about. So that was a way of using images. You can do that in the classroom, but I could also do it very easily by using the private chat. I think it's also important to use visual aids to model the task for the students. So I think, as I've kind of referred to before, students can feel lost or isolated or distracted online. So I think modeling the task for them, being even more intentional about this than we normally would be in the face-to-face classroom, will really help them once they get into a breakout room or into a small group in order to really know what they need to do. Because one thing I have found is when I send students to the breakout room, especially when it's a new group and maybe they're just getting used to this breakout room dynamic, they go into the breakout room and they're just like, wait, what am I supposed to do? And so having modeled it helps them to really get into the breakout room and get to work and be on task and kind of feel a little bit more confident about what they're doing. One thing also, just a technical note, if you do send students into the breakout room in Zoom, they can no longer see your screen. So, when you send them there, they no longer have that visual. So having modeled the task is really important. And also, as you continue to work with the group, having one student in each breakout room as the designated person to share the screen with the instructions or with the image can be really important, because everybody having that same image on the screen is really helpful to facilitate group work. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so another thing is to set really clear goals of the objective or the purpose of the activity. And again, I know this is best practice, but I think a lot of us are battling time even more online, sometimes because we're not giving as much, we don't have as much synchronous learning time as we used to have in class. Sometimes, we have problems with students not being there the entire time or not being able to connect every time. So I think it's really important as we plan our classes to be very clear about the objective and purpose of each activity, but also to let students know what the objective and purpose of each activity is. So like I've said before, it's not necessarily that all of our students, that our class is going to be the most important thing for all of our students. They have a lot of other things that they need to be dealing with right now. Life is very stressful for all of us. So we need to make clear to them why they need to do this activity. Because if not, it's something that just may it might get lost in everything else that they have to do. So being very clear with students about why you're asking them to do things so that they make it more of a priority. And I think part of this is giving them the rubric or the grading checklist in order for them to really know, okay, how am I going to be assessed on this, so they can self-assess. That's an important skill that we should continue to help students grow with. And then also, it's easy for us later to show the purpose of that activity along with the rubric or the grading checklist. And this doesn't have to be a huge thing. We don't have to make 6-part rubrics with 6 criteria and 4 or 5 different standards. It can also be a checklist. So an example, I was working with a B2 class during the summer, and I had them do an art gallery assignment. So I created a Google Slides presentation. So just like somebody referred to in the end of the last presentation, with using Google Docs or Google Slides for collaborative writing, I created a Google Slides presentation that was shared among all of the students. Each student had their own slide where they had to put their picture of the artwork that they were going to discuss, and then they inserted the audio through the insert feature in Google Slides. And that was an assignment that came after we've been talking about adjectives and adverbs and we had watched a video on Starry Night and how to use adjectives and adverbs to describe art. So we did that art gallery activity at the end of the class. And for that, I had a 4-part checklist, not even a rubric, just a checklist. So the audio had to be 2 minutes long. It had to include a variety of adverbs and adjectives. It had to include 3 verb tenses, because previously we'd been talking about the narrative tenses. And it had to be comprehensible. The pronunciation had to be comprehensible. So it was a classwork activity. That's why I used a checklist instead of something that was more elaborate. But making sure we use rubrics or checklists when we give students an assignment so that they're very clear about how they're going to be graded and they know what they need to do to be successful in that class. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So now I want to shift a little bit away from fostering community and connection with our students and think a little bit more about us. So if you've noticed the little icons at the bottom of the presentation, this one only has the picture of me. This is my avatar that I made using the Facebook avatars that were very popular a couple months ago. So I wanted to talk a little bit about teachers and what we can do to make this more sustainable. So reflective practice or reflecting on our professional practice is something that we need to do continuously, but I think it's something that has maybe gotten lost as in all of the chaos and the shuffle of going online. So here are some things that we can do in order to start putting some more reflective practice into our own teaching practice. So asking the right questions. So whenever I work with teacher trainees, they're always, it can be sometimes difficult to really get them to reflect about their own practice because they're just like, well, the class went well, or the students had fun. And that's great. But how can we ask more specific questions like, why do I never finish my lesson plan? What's happening with my planning that my timing is off, right? Or why am I not getting enough student talk time in my classes now? What am I doing in my planning that can help, that's not allowing me to get a lot of student participation? So I think asking more specific questions can help us really to get at the heart of what's happening with our teacher and not just say, well, it went well or it didn't go well. Also being willing to try out new ideas. I see a lot of you in the chat that you are willing to try out new ideas, and that's part of the reason why you're here. But I think also, going along with the third point, talking with colleagues. So I think one of the silver lining, one of the positives of what's happened with COVID-19 and us kind of going online is I think I've seen a lot of teachers talking with each other. And that's really great, right? Sometimes teaching can feel like a solitary activity. We're alone in our classrooms, and sometimes we might have somebody come in, but it's us and our students. So I think this has allowed us to open up and to really reach out and talk to other people. And I think that's a great learning that we can take away from COVID-19. Also talking with students. So all of this is really difficult for us, for some students more than others, for some teachers more than others. But I think, building this reflection into your class at the beginning or the end of how are you doing? How are you feeling? What do you like about online learning? What do you not like? And that one can kind of help you take the temperature of where your students are in adjusting to this process. It can help you decide, think of some ways to help make this transition easier. And also it just lets them know that you're not only seeing them as something to grade, you're seeing them as a person as well. And I think also observations and feedback. So one of the other good things about, I hate to say good things about COVID-19, but one of the things that we can take advantage of in terms of COVID-19 is that it's now easier to do observations. So, we can record our class in Zoom if our particular situation allows it, but it's slightly easier to record our class. We can more easily invite someone into our class and have them observe us. Maybe we say, hey, I want you to observe my instructions, just my instructions. And you can have a trusted colleague come in and do that. And they can say, well, this is what I saw when I went into a breakout room that you didn't go into, right? Because one of the challenges of breakout room is we can only be in one place at a time, and we can't overhear what's happening. So we can have a colleague help us with that. Well, in the breakout rooms I was in, instructions weren't clear, or this is what I was seeing in the chat with the students. So kind of another set of eyes and ears for you. So I think I think observations can be scary for us as teachers because we're not used to opening our class up in that way. But I think that one thing that we can take advantage of with Zoom classes or Google Meet classes or WebEx classes or GoToMeeting classes, whichever platform we're using, is we can easily invite people into that with the permission of our institutions, of course. But there are maybe fewer barriers in terms of travel and things like that. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so with this slide here is a process you can use. There are different models of reflective practice. This is not the only game in town, but here are some different process you could use. It's the 6 R's, or it has 6 steps. So first you start by reacting to the problem. Reacting to, okay, I'm teaching online, I'm teaching with Zoom, I'm teaching with Google Meet, I'm teaching a level of students I've never taught before, or a particular subject matter I've never taught before. So what area of my teaching practice do I want to focus on? And we want to be as specific as possible, because we can only attack 1 or 2 problems at a time. We can't kind of change our whole way of teaching, right? Like the previous presenter said, start out slow and kind of build on that. So an example might be, I want to increase student talk time or student interaction. Okay, so then we have our question. We want to go to recording, right? How am I going to assess my performance? How am I going to record what I'm doing in terms of trying to increase student talk time? So I might use lesson plans. I might use some sort of class discussion with students. I might use an observation, bringing someone in to observe my class. And then we need to review, right? And during this process, what has worked well so far? What have I done in my lesson plans that is really working well to help increase student talk time? So maybe using images really got a good response. And what's maybe not working quite as well? And maybe you realize through that process that you're rushing activities, and that's why students aren't having enough time to talk. And then you continue to revise. So what will I change and I adapt as I move forward? Okay, I need to give more thinking time to my students, right? So this is kind of a way for you to track 1 or 2 problems at a time. And then continuing to think of reworking and reassessing. So how will I put this into place? How successful were the new strategies? So continuing to go forward. And then maybe you continue with React again on a new problem with a new set of students, okay? So let's go to the next slide, please, and we'll talk a little bit more about some specific tools. Okay, so once you've maybe decided to do some more to integrate more reflective practice into your teaching, you might be thinking, okay, what are some tools that I can use to do that? And so one is a learning journal. You can use notes. It can be voice notes. So I don't know if you've noticed, but in Google Docs, if you go to tools, herramientas, that there's in English, it's called voice typing. In Spanish, is dictado de voz. And so you can even use that if you just after each class, you can go there and do a dictado de voz. Make sure you put it in English or in Spanish. So that it knows which language you're speaking. But you can do there, and you can do a quick observation, maybe related to your instructions or related to student talk time, whichever aspect that you're focusing on. You can use observations of other teachers. Maybe you've asked to go observe another teacher to see how they do instructions. And you can also jot down some thoughts. Maybe you can actually have your lesson plan, and you can jot down, you can make a comment using Word or Google Docs, or if you have it physically, you can make some thoughts. You can jot down some thoughts next to the parts of the lesson plan about things you might change in the future if you taught that class again. Okay, so another way would be to do a lesson evaluation. So this would be a slightly more structured way of putting something into your learning journal. And you might see here some basic questions. These are the same questions that I use with my pre-service teachers, the teachers who are learning to be you guys, to be teachers. So here some questions. What went well? And I would urge you to be as specific as possible, not just, well, students had a good time, but say, well, the speaking activity definitely helped them produce the target language, or the students were really able to to do the controlled activity and they really understood the grammar or something like that. What problems did you experience? This could be behavior problems, technology problems. It could be problems with an explanation or instructions. And how engaged were the students, right? So this is important for us to be thinking about as well. And how do I know learning took place? So how do I have evaluation of the learning, assessment of the learning? How do I know that they actually understood? And then what could I have done differently? And this could be something based on if you do it differently with a different level of class or something that didn't work. But these are some nice questions to help you get started discovering. So especially if you're a newer teacher, or if you just kind of want to discover where your strengths and weaknesses are in terms of teaching online, you can use these questions to help you see. And then maybe after 2 or 3 weeks of class, you can look and kind of see if you see any patterns in your notes, right? And then again, finally, with observations. So as I've mentioned, observations with the permission of our institution, or drawing on the teachers from our same institution so that it's not as much of a problem of inviting strangers into our classroom, but they can be really helpful. I like to use a structured observation. So not just kind of going in and seeing what's happening, but asking the teacher to tell me what they want me to observe. There's a really good book called Classroom Observation Task, and it has some specific tasks that you can use, or you can kind of make your own formats to try to target different areas of your teaching. So if we can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Okay, so here are some areas that I'm working on. So I've just finished. Right now, I'm not currently teaching a class. So for this week only, I think, some of my classes will start next week. But some things that I've been working on over the summer and now as we move into the late summer are really making sure that I'm giving enough student talk time. So, using breakout rooms, but in a structured way, to make sure that I am getting as much interaction and collaboration as possible. So things that I've been doing in order to increase this is using Google Slides, using our Google Docs in order to allow students to write and to work together in real time. Using Jamboard. So Jamboard is a new Google is the newest member of the Google family, and it's a digital whiteboard. But you can go ahead and set up Post-it notes, and you can put images, and students can do some writing there. So just on Saturday, one of my student teachers, I'm very proud of, she used Jamboard in order to have students write letters. So each part of the Jamboard, so a Jamboard has different pages, and she could each part had one student writing. And so she could easily monitor what students were doing. So Jamboard's a really nice way to do some collaborative learning. You can even do games on it. So I really recommend that you guys check out Jamboard if you haven't already. So these are 2 areas that I'm working on, and I'm exploring ways to have students either work together, in discussions, but also work together in writing and putting together their thoughts. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so some areas that I'm feeling pretty good about, because I think as teachers, it's also really important for us to celebrate what we do well and to share it, and also to recognize that it's, we are doing something really, really, really well. No? So one thing that I feel pretty comfortable with is selecting tools and apps. To use. So because of my background in educational technology, because it is part of my job, what I do on a day-to-day basis to help teachers learn how to use applications and different technological tools, it's something that I feel pretty comfortable with. And it's something that I'm really interested in. I'm always trying out different tools and things like that. So this is something I feel good about in my teaching. Adapting and using a course book. So many of us are teaching in institutions where there is some sort of course book that we have to follow. Maybe we have the course book digitally. Maybe we have it physically. But this is something that I have started to become a lot more comfortable with, different ways of either using the images in the course book or converting, maybe taking some of the exercises that are a little bit repetitive in the course book and making a new activity using that, using a Google form. So students can read the text in the course book, so the article or the email, and then I can have them do a different task. So making it work, so they're doing some work with physical materials, which I think a lot of students feel comfortable with, and then helping them bridge that with the collaborative or the digital work as well. And another area that I'm feeling good about is monitoring students. So again, using the combination of the chat and using Google Docs, where I can have, I'm very guilty of, I'm one of those people that always has way too many tabs open. But part of that is it helps me to monitor my students. So if I set a writing activity in Google using Google Docs, I can open the Google Docs and I can go from tab to tab to see how the students are doing as they're writing. And I can leave notes. Hey, look, it looks like you're talking about this aspect, but you haven't really talked about this other part. Or, hey, look at your use of the present continuous here. Check that out. And I'm giving students kind of feedback in real time, which is something I really couldn't do in the face-to-face classroom, at least when it comes to writing, right? Okay, so those are some areas that I'm feeling good about. So if we go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So I've already asked you to think about some things that you've learned from the beginning of the session. So if you had to really be specific and get down to it, what are some areas of strength and some areas of opportunity when it comes to teaching online? So try to think about it from, put our super teacher hat on and be specific as possible. Areas of strength and areas of opportunity. Yeah, so I see Jamboard. Some people were saying Jamboard, Gamboard. So Jamboard, it's got I'll talk about it a little bit more tomorrow in my presentation, but the icon is like a yellow and orange, kind of like a J, I guess. But you'll see it if you pull down all of the Google applications. Okay, so I'll give you a second to reflect and to start putting the areas of strength and opportunity in the classroom, and we'll go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, there. So the next thing that I want to talk about is fostering autonomy. So I think this is one of the other lessons that we can learn or take away from COVID-19 as we go forward, is how can we help our students to be more autonomous. So this is important because as our students move forward into a world that has a lot more online learning, online training, they will be expected to be autonomous learners as they move into the workplace. So as teachers of older students, of university students, this is something that we can really take advantage of. So in addition to what you're doing with writing your strengths and weaknesses, if you could write 2 or 3 words to describe an autonomous learner in the chat. When you think about that, what do you think is an autonomous learner? And I'll give you about 10 or 15 seconds to collect your thoughts, and I'll look at some of the comments. So I see Kahoot. I completely agree. Kahoot is a really good platform to make students, you can either do it as like a warm-up activity at the beginning, right? Or you can do it as something to consolidate learning. Another one, if you haven't, Gabby Sanchez, if you haven't used Quizlet Live, it's an awesome way to do interactive group work, because they actually have to talk to each other. So I'm seeing self-directed, take charge of one's learning. See what we got going. So responsible, self-regulated, adaptable. Yeah, self-learner. So there's a lot of self in there, right? So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So here is the way that Cambridge defines this. So an autonomous learner should play an active role in their learning. So all of you guys who are saying involved, committed, that's what we're talking about, making decisions. So self-directed, for example, and able to reflect and evaluate their own learning. So what this does is they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at, and with a little bit of support from a teacher, they can be aware of their strengths and weaknesses in English, right? So I'm really good at speaking, but writing is not my strength, right? And as they become aware of that, they can work to reinforce those parts. So, so this is what an autonomous learner, these are some of the main characteristics of it. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I just want you to think for a minute of what are some of the roles that we normally take over in class? What are some of these things that the students could take over? So I have here presenting a model of the target language, correcting mistakes, making rules about behavior, being a source of information and knowledge, keeping discipline in the class, and choosing learning material. So is there anything on my list that you think that students could partially take over? Not completely, but maybe for one class. Okay. So I'll give you an example. I'm taking a French class. I'm an A2 learner French, and our French teacher every week has one of us pick a video and make a couple questions about the video to present to the class. So here we're choosing the learning material. It's only for a 3 or 4 minute video, but each of us gets that role of being autonomous and presenting some of the our interest to the class. Okay, so I think that especially with older learners, we can start to hand over some of these responsibilities in the class. Not all of them, not every single class, but we can start to bring that in. So I see that Fidencio Lopez says being a source of knowledge and information, right? Students can correct each other. We can include a feedback phase of our class at the end where we maybe write some rules and say, or write some mistakes that other students have made and say, hey, can anybody help me with these? Or can you correct them in the chat? Making rules for the class, right? So students know if they've had some experience doing some of this, of taking classes on Zoom, they know what are some things that work for them and what are some things that don't work for them. And so I agree with you, Gabi Ladron. We can definitely give almost all of these roles over to students, right? So, maybe not every class, maybe not all of our classes, depending on size and maturity level and other things. But we can start to hand over most of these in some way. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So some interesting things that I've started to do with my students is having them be the one that goes over the answers. So even with my teacher students, the ones who are starting to be teachers, I'll say, okay, Gabriela, why don't you do the feedback for this? And at first they look at me like I'm this crazy woman, because even if they're kind of training to be teachers, in that class, they're the student and I'm the teacher, right? But when I sit back and I say, okay, Gabriela, can you go over the answers? And they're just them conducting that, okay, Fulanito, what is the answer to number 1? Okay, yes, that's right. And then what's the answer to number 2? It gives them a lot of empowerment over what's happening in the class. And I can even do it with lower level learners. So when I've done it with A1 or A2 level learners, I give them a little script or a little sentence frame. I might write on the board, on the digital whiteboard or somewhere on the screen, the answer to number, and then they have to take it. And so here with an A2 level learner, a low level learner, they have a low level of English, even then they, I can say, okay, Almita, can you be the teacher right now? And Almita can say, okay, Jorge, what is the answer to number 1? And then Jorge can say, the answer to number 1 is. And I know that feels like not a lot, but for someone who's just starting to learn English, it's an authentic interaction for them. And it's reinforcing question formation. It's also increasing student talk time. I'm not part of that. I only need to jump in if there's some sort of miscommunication or if the answer's really wrong and no one understands, right? So having them go over the answers or do open class feedback is a nice way to start giving them some autonomy with students who are really kind of scared of this. Another thing that I like to do is to collect answers through the chat as a private chat. So what I'll do is, maybe it's an exercise that only has 4 or 5 different items or questions on it. I'll say, okay, everybody send it to me in the chat. And one, that gives me a way to kind of take the temperature of, okay, how's everybody doing with this activity? Is there one question that like everybody's getting wrong? And also when we're doing open class feedback, I can call on the people who I know have the right answer, and that makes them feel more confident, right? And also, while they're sending me the answers in the chat, I can say, great job, Estefania. Great job, Jorge. So I can see what's happening and I can praise them in a private way that they know I'm paying attention, and then pull that out during when we're all together and say, okay, Jorge, I know you have the right answer to number 2. Can you give it to us so that we can all check together, right? So, I think these are kind of small ways. A lot of times university students have some control over their lives, but a lot of times when it comes to education and being in the classroom, they're not used to having any sort of control or any responsibility over how the class goes. So handing over in certain parts of the class, you give us the answers, or you direct that part of the class. And it just starts to give them a little bit more control, and they feel like, okay, I have to go to class, because if not, who's going to give the answers? Or if not, they feel really engaged in what's going on in the class. Okay, so if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the last thing that we can think about, especially with some of our older learners, is with self-access resources. So somebody's already mentioned Kahoot. Kahoot, you can also use it synchronously in the class, and you can also use it asynchronously. The thing I really like about using Kahoot asynchronously is that you can see which questions, the most difficult questions, so the ones that were most commonly answered incorrectly, and you can use them and create them into another quiz. So just use the most difficult ones. Quizlet, which is a flashcard platform, but it also has Quizlet Live, and you can play it in different ways, but it's an awesome activity. I've played it with teenagers, I've played it with adults, I've played it with little kids. Everybody likes Quizlet Live. And also using the textbook. So teaching students or making students aware of all of the resources that a textbook has, so they can be more autonomous and access those resources on their own. Doing collaborative tasks, so doing group tasks where it's either group writing, maybe they're writing together or they're planning a presentation together. So, helping them to assign the roles so they can do that as much without you as possible. You're just checking in to make sure people are on task. And then also using flipped learning. So flipped learning, we're going to talk about this more tomorrow, but the idea that students come to class prepared. So they've done a little bit of the work on the vocabulary or the target language, and they come to class ready to talk. So that can help to foster autonomy, because they have to be responsible for coming to class prepared. Okay, and so if we can go to the last slide, please. Okay, so I put this model up here. This is the TPAC model of technology integration. Not to, kind of go too deeply into this particular model, but what I like about what this model shows is, if you look at it, there are 3 circles when it comes to being a teacher. So we have our pedagogical knowledge, so methodology, knowing how to plan a class, how to manage a class. And we have also the part of content. So as English teachers, our content is knowledge of how English is structured, pronunciation, listening, speaking, the skills of English, and then the knowledge of English grammar and vocabulary. But now, as teachers, we can't just be okay with having those 2 fields or those 2 areas of competency. We also need to fold into that the other circle, which is the technological knowledge. So, and there's an overlap between all of those, right? So I know how to teach in terms of methodology. I know what I'm teaching in terms of content, and then I know how to bring technology into that. in order to make the class effective. So I think we need to start thinking of ourselves in this way and not just thinking of ourselves as as methodology and content. We need to think of ourselves as also embracing that third part of technology in our teaching practice. Okay, so I see there are some questions in here. So I'm going to see if we can go. We have about 6 or 7 minutes to take some questions. So I see from Enrique Batiz, I'm going to address his questions. I guess when students don't feel comfortable participating in online classes, I would kind of see why, right? So if it's because they feel uncomfortable speaking, they don't want other students to make fun of them. I think breakout rooms can be really helpful for that. You can make breakout rooms if you're using Zoom manually, so you can choose who students are with. And so once you get to know students a little bit, you can put them with students that they feel comfortable with. I think also another way is, like I said, use the chat to build or use different other multiple communication channels to build a relationship with them. I think is really important. So let's see if we have some other questions. So flipped learning is really effective now that we're working online. It is. We think about it before as we would then have them come into the classroom to extend the learning. But now, instead of having them come into our physical classroom, they're coming into our virtual classroom with Zoom. So I'll give an example. It was a teacher training class, and we were looking at different approaches to teaching English. So we have the grammar translation method, the lexical approach, and I had them in small groups beforehand do just a short, like 2 or 3 Google slide presentation on the different approaches to teaching. And so once we got into the class, I had them read each other's presentations and we had a discussion. So I was able to use the time that I had with them much more effectively. Instead of me talking about each of these approaches, they each had to do a little bit of research, put it together, and then share that. So I do think there are some things we need to take into account. And I'll talk about this more tomorrow, Teresa Ramirez, in that, especially since we are working with older students, university students, we have to give them a reason to do that pre-class. So we can't repeat the video or whatever we ask them to do, but to prepare for class, we can't repeat it. We have to have some expectations, or if not, they're going to start to realize they don't really need to do the flipped learning part. So Chio, so with about the stress where students feel overwhelmed by the amount of responsibility, I think this is where, as institutions, we need to be kind of in communication if we're teaching at a university about what are our expectations and what are our standards for students in terms of attendance. Do we expect students to attend every single live session? Do we expect them to, log into the learning management system? So having some clear guidelines, because I think what students feel overwhelmed by is the lack of information or just the lack of clarity of what's expected of them. So I think being really clear about what's expected of them, and then also I think as teachers, being willing to adjust what we're asking of students as we go along. So one thing I observed with the schools that I work with when the pandemic first started was they were trying to do the exact same thing they were doing face-to-face online. Okay, we always do this number of pages in the book. Okay, we can do that online. And then people were like, "Ooh, this is a lot." So I think, listening to your students, having a balance of, is also helpful. One thing I really like to do, Chio, is you could do this maybe throughout the whole semester or near the beginning of the semester, is send a little survey. So for example, it needs to be super short. So how much time are you spending on class? Like 0 to 1 hours, 1 to 2 hours, and what do you find really helpful in class, and then what do you find that's really challenging? So and you could do it at the end of each class. Send the survey. Okay, everybody, we're finished for today. Please fill out this survey and make it anonymous, obviously. And so now that helps you to get take the temperature of how long are students spending on homework, what are they finding stressful about my class, and what are they finding, good about my class, and it can help you make adjustments as you go. And also it makes the students feel listened to, right? And that's always going to help lower our stress levels. I see. Okay. I don't know if there was one question about how many students. I think that, how many students we have in our classrooms is something that is outside of our control, right? I think all institutions in Mexico, and I work with K through 12 schools as well as universities. It's not going to be something we control. It's going to be something we have to roll with and be flexible. Some institutions are struggling to survive in Mexico, especially kindergartens and lower elementary. And so as teachers, it's not about ideal. It's about how do we make it work best for the situation that we're in.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather, for such valuable information. It was a pleasure having you with us today. So thank you very much, Heather.
Thank you, David, and I hope to see everybody tomorrow in my presentation on learning management systems. So see you tomorrow.
All right, Heather, thank you.
Bye.
And everyone, remember, we have 2 more presentations today. So until next time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's session. My name is Jessica Lara, and I will be your host. Today, we'll be hearing from Ini Chow and Rasha Fahim and the St. Lawrence Innovative Online ESL program, all the way from Canada. I proceed with the biodata. Rasha Fahim has been an ESL instructor for about 20 years. She has taught both in the Middle East and in Canada. She is currently an instructor at St. Lawrence College. Working on her second master's degree has given her great insight on the theories and trends behind the dynamics of learning and teaching English as a second language, with a focus on transformative learning and how that is applied to English language learning in Canada. Ini Tracy Chow is currently the Associate Dean International at St. Lawrence College, Canada. Ini began her career in 1990 as an instructional designer specializing in online learning. Since 2009, Ini has been involved in international education by developing cross-border programs. She promotes intercultural competence, global citizenship, and bilingual storytelling, English and Mandarin. Her passion lies in creating transformative learning and culturally inclusive pedagogy for all learners. She holds a master's degree in educational technology, certificate in intercultural study, and advanced TESOL certificate. Rasha, Aiden, lovely to see you again. I will leave it to you.
Thank you very much, Jessica. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank the organizer, and I had great pleasure listening to the previous 2 presentations. So thank you very much. It was such a pleasure to be with you today. So good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world joining us today. I'm very grateful that we get to share the St. Lawrence College's innovative online programs. And I think it's so important to be sharing our experience and our practice in general. It's important, but especially at this time when we are all dealing with unprecedented challenges. I do want to say from the very beginning, though, I am pretty optimistic, and I take that attitude and approach towards this crisis. So what you will see later on in the presentation is how we have pivoted very quickly to this online program. It is still really much built on our faculty's expertise, our good practices in our face-to-face teaching. But really the quality for this online program and what we are able to do with technology-mediated way of teaching, the quality doesn't diminish. In fact, I think we have found a way to take advantage of this technology and this media to even do better for our students. And of course, we'll be sharing those with you later on. So the agenda today, if we can move to the next slide. The agenda today, I will do a very quick introduction just to give you a background of our college and our ESL program in general. Then we'll focus on the integrated English online program. We have called it IEOP. This is our brand new program we just launched this summer. We'll be talking about its feature, the lessons learned, which includes several best practices that emerged, both again from our past experience teaching ESL on campus, but also moving it to this new modality. And we kind of adopted as LEAP, L-E-A-P-T is our acronym here. So LEAP is our emerging best practices, and Rasha will come in for the later part to really give you examples of what she did, her practices in her classroom to actually make all these elements alive. Then, of course, at the end, we'll have Q&A for everybody. So next slide. Next slide, please. About the college. So St. Lawrence College is in Ontario. We were established in 1967. As part of the college system, we're one of the 24 colleges in Ontario. And as the way the system is set up, college is really focused on career preparation, skill training, and very much focused on teaching excellence. And this is true for all of our programs at St. Lawrence. We have over 7,000 students on our 3 campuses. The headquarters is in Kingston, that's where I am based, but we also have 2 other campuses, one in Brockville, which is about an hour away, and then Cornwall is another hour away towards Quebec border. So we cover the whole eastern region of Ontario. We have about 1,500 international students joining us from over 46 countries, and we have over 100 programs being offered on all 3 campuses. Our main strengths of our programming is healthcare-related programs. We also have very strong business program, environmental studies, trades, and technologies. Next slide. So before the pandemic, we offer the academic English stream at the college in person. So that those programs are called ESL and General Arts and Science, English for Academic Purpose, so short for GAS, EAP. So this program has been going on since 2011, actually. And we expanded that program from the very early days of just 1 level, 1 classroom to 4 levels. And this is really providing the pathway to academic programs. So the EAP level is really training and getting students ready to be in their academic program. Also, we provided summer camp and customized program since about 4 years ago. So that program actually is what brought us to this virtual conference, and our connection with the conference organizer here is we have hosted students from Mexico on our campus, both Kingston and Cornwall, and they were taking ESL classes and also 2 or 3 academic courses in their chosen field. So we coordinate all that and welcome the student and give them a wonderful learning experience, of course. The integrated online English program, IEOP, in the middle there is a brand new one, and we just launched it this May. So, of course, it is in response to the COVID crisis. Many students cannot travel to Canada, and most of them still plan to, I would say all of them still plan to attend their academic program once they finish their English upgrade. So we decided to switch the program online with a brand new structure with the same curriculum with our EAP, but using an online platform to fully support the delivery. So, the student can start their journey from home, really, start their journey to study their academic program in Canada from their home country. And that idea has really worked. And again, we'll be sharing some examples and what students say about it later on. Next slide. Just a very quick overview, kind of in comparison to our online program, just so you have an overall context of how we approach the online program. Our on-campus program, our academic English, was a 14-week program, and there are about 20 to 24 hours per week in-person instruction. So, of course, down in classroom. We also put in 2-hour optional tutorial, and you can see from the number of hours already in the classroom, these tutorials are optional, and the tutor and the instructor do work together, but it's up to the student to take advantage of that. The courses are split into 4 different skills: reading, writing, listening, and speaking. And of course, because it's an on-campus program, they are treated like any other college student. They have access to all our campus facility, including library, gym. At the highest level, and this is a feature of our EAP, the GAS EAP program, is at the highest level, students have reached roughly IELTS 5.5 level, and some students do come in directly to this highest level. They can take the EAP program, the EAP course, with 3 academic credit courses. So global studies, intercultural communication, Canadian culture and society are the 3 courses they can take, and they can transfer those credits later on into their academic program. One thing I do want to note about this particular integrated way of teaching EAP is very popular and very effective for our students. They have said they really enjoy the structure and the opportunity to take what they call real academic content courses rather than just ESL courses, because they have all been doing ESL for a while, and in their own words, they're kind of tired of those content. They want to study real content. So these courses really serve a good purpose, and they are well supported in their language development while they are doing these so-called credit courses. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we do the customized short-term program. A lot of them run in the summer, so we also call them summer camps. But we have groups that come outside of summertime. And the UTYP group here has taken advantage of that, and we put the ESL and some academic courses together for them. A lot of the students come 2 to 4 weeks at a time. And for the Mexican student I mentioned earlier, they come for the whole semester. One feature of this program is really focusing on the immersive English instruction, but also the cultural immersion. And the picture I took here is actually from one of our instructors who took her students to the farm that she was also working on, and really show students a lot of the farming practice in Canada and the lifestyle in the rural Ontario region, and have the student interact with the owners of the farm and really enjoy the hikes, enjoy all the scenery, and of course, bring all that back into the classroom in terms of their reading, reflection, and writing. It's all integrated. We have hosted students and give them special topic, such as in marketing, in energy system, in military history and practice, because Kingston is actually Canada's first capital. So we have rich military history here, and there are multiple sites and multiple monuments that students can visit. We are also very close to our current capital, Ottawa. So students also make field trip to Ottawa and to visit the Parliament and do all the activities there. We also have nursing students coming from China to do the short-term program. So here are just a few examples to give you the overall context of our program. If we can go to the next slide now, I'm going to focus mostly on our IEOP program. So the challenges, of course, everyone can imagine, is to turn that 20 to 24-hour class time to an online format. Really is very, very difficult. And we did have students who went through that transition. Of course, we're not able to completely duplicate the in-person dynamics. And I was really happy to hear from the previous presenter they have really innovated solution for that to blend the in-person class and the online class. So those are great technique. For our program, we feel that it's really not conducive to learning for students to be online all the time for the same amount of time that they would in person. And the virtual classroom really need to be redesigned to take advantage of the technology capability and a different way of interaction. So we decided to create a brand new program from scratch. And then moving into the fall, we're also thinking how can we, because the idea is really to allow students to study from their home country with us, right? To get their English prepared. When our border opens, they can come and attend their academic studies. So we're also thinking about the logistics side. How do we get the ebook to them, all the resources? Actually, the textbook was print-based mostly when we were doing the in-person class. So we need to move to an ebook format. And also the time zone differences. Students, they are in their home country, so we need to be able to accommodate that. So all this led us to really wanting to meet students where they are, bring the classroom to them, rather than asking them to meet our criteria and the way that we set up here. One of the other challenges, of course, and this is not new for online learning, this is actually true for all the regular in-person classes. The students' needs are quite diverse, right? Even though we place them in certain level, we know some students are stronger in certain skill level, certain skill areas, such as reading and writing for some of our Asian students. And for Latin American students, often their oral skill appears to be much stronger. And of course, this is a very broad generalization, but what I do want to point out is no matter what level they are put it in, there's always that very diverse skill level and learning needs that we need to address. So in the face-to-face situation, it's always a challenge. In the online situation, it continues to be a challenge and could be even more challenging because you have to have that frequent contact with the student to be able to address that. So we took that into our design consideration, which I'll talk in just a minute, to really try to address those individual needs more effectively in the online environment. And we had good success with that. The other huge challenge is both faculty and students' misconception about online learning, because when this whole thing happened, the reaction from students a lot of the time is, oh, the online learning is going to be much inferior. I will have a much difficult time to learn. So again, we need to address that. Students' idea about what is good language learning strategies, how we implement in a program well to support them, and how they can continue to improve their language, even though face-to-face interaction is limited. We have the technology to support that, and they need to be up to speed on using that, and also be able to follow the class along online. So we need to really tackle that as well. Otherwise, students first just come with that very negative idea about, okay, online learning is just going to suck, right? It's not going to work for me. So we really work with students to set that up from the very beginning. Next slide, please. So here are the design considerations for us when we move the program online. We need to find a balance between synchronous and asynchronous learning. And again, the previous presenters talked about that. Is it really conducive and good for students? Is it a healthy learning environment to be online 24 hours a week, completely on video conferencing with your teacher? The lessons have taught us in the wintertime when we did that emergency remote teaching, the answer is no. We need to make some adjustment, right? That is not going to work very well. So we also want to think about, the live interaction that's very much needed in a language learning environment. We don't want to take that out. So we cannot completely go asynchronous and say, student, you can just study online. So we want to make that balance between the interactive, the real life interaction, and also their benefit for students to be on their own, right? To build the vocabulary, to learn, to review the grammar, to do the writing themselves, just, heads down and do their self-study. So that's an important consideration as well. So that's what we did with our program. We tried to balance all of this. So we come up with a structure that really support that. And I spoke about the individualized and personalized learning to address students' diverse needs. So we also want to make sure that in the online environment that's well supported. So this is what we came up with. Next slide tells you what the program is. So we have a 12-week program. The balance we strike was between 10-hour virtual live sessions. So it's 2 hours every day from Monday to Friday. Students meet with the teachers online. Okay, so they actually have that live interaction with the teacher, with the small group of students that they can do pair activity, small group discussion using breakout rooms, and also the whole class discussion. And they also carve out, and from the day one orientation, I tell the student, you need to carve out 2 to 3 hours every day for your self-study. And the teacher also assign those self-studies from our online platform or from the activities they're designing to the student to say every day you have about 2 to 3 weeks your self-study time that you need to do this and then hand it in, or you need to do this and get it checked with your tutor. So this is the next point. The 2-hour mandatory tutorial is put in place right away. This is not an optional activity anymore. They have to meet with their tutor 2 times a week. Each time is 1 hour. And the tutor is very much in tune with where the curriculum is every week, because they're included in that teaching class, even though they're not teaching it themselves, but they know which activity they're doing right now, whether they have a presentation that they have to make in 3 days. So in the tutorial, they may be working on that presentation together. And again, tailored to the student's needs, right? Some students need to maybe practice the pronunciation more, or maybe need to just rehearse to gain that confidence and fluency in their presentation. Another good example is writing. A lot of the students are at different comfort level with their writing. Some students need to have someone to talk to generate ideas. Some students have no shortage of ideas, but really need to focus on their grammar and make sure their sentence makes sense and they can put all those together. So the tutor really work well with students that way to actually understand the curriculum, understand the activity, and understanding students' needs to be able to work with students. And of course, we have an ebook platform. All the content, all the curriculum is on the platform. So student can access that, and teacher and the tutor can access that and know exactly what students are working on. And the other feature that worked out really well, and we wanted this from the very beginning, is that we want to mix students, right, from different parts of the world. A big part of our EAP preparation for students to come to Canada or go into their academic program is really that cultural immersion and that intercultural experience they have from this class. And our student actually commented on this from very early on. We have students from China who says this is her first time on a computer in her living room that she is able to communicate with students and teachers from other side of the world to speak English in such an authentic context. It was very motivating for her to be part of that. Otherwise, she has been studying ESL for a long time. It's always with her Chinese peers. So she found this environment very motivating and very, very interesting. So that's, again, another, I think, success of our program is we're able to mix students from different culture and have that authentic intercultural experience for them. Next slide, please. So I'll just very quickly mention some emerging best practices, our LEAP practice, and then I'll hand it over to Rasha because she can give you a lot more detail of each of these. So I think learning community is one thing that we emphasize right from the beginning. We tell students they're here to form friendship, to learn from each other, to support each other. And of course, we have a very student-centered philosophy at the college. So the teacher is very much part of that support. We also include experiential learning and authentic assessment. And I think I already mentioned that. It's allowing students to learn through actions, through reflection, and through reaction, right? Continue to engage in using the language, in reflecting on their cultural encounters with their classmates from different culture, and then continue to reflect on that and integrate that into their learning. And then language development. Authentic assessment really is about not only the English programs to help them improve their linguistic, communicative competency, but it's also preparing them to have academic skills such as paraphrasing, writing essays, citing research sources to do research, all those academic skills that they need later on for their academic study, and even participating in discussion, for example. That's an important skill some of our students really need to practice. And I talk about personalized learning. That's really we already started that in our face-to-face, but we really make it work much better in this online environment. And that intimacy, I guess, through the online one-on-one session with the tutor really worked well for our student and our tutors. And the transformative intercultural learning, again, is the multicultural and international classroom that we put together. And, it's not just the fact that we put these students together from different parts of the world. It's actually very intentional facilitation from our teachers. This is something we need to embrace. We need to also learn about other culture, learn about ourselves, learn about how to work cross-cultural, and through cultural differences. So it's a very intentional feature in our curriculum, integrated into the language teaching, and also very intentional facilitation to get that outcome from this program. So I'm going to turn it to Russia. She has many, many great examples, and she will talk about them, and we will answer any questions later on.
Okay, thank you, Ineng, so much. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you for providing us this chance to share what we are so passionate about, especially during times like these. And we'd appreciate any feedback or thoughts that you might have and would like to share, because this is a great platform for us to share our thoughts and ideas and learn from each other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch on every single one of the best practices that Ineng referred to, and just show you examples of what we used in class that were successful. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So the first one is the learning community. Obviously, this is essential to establish trust, to build a connection with each other. So whether it's students, teacher, students with each other, it's important that we establish that from the beginning. And the first thing that we should do is a community agreement that will guide this virtual classroom interaction. So to provide that safe space that we need from the very first week of classes starting. So just to make sure that we have a safer space for students, it's a way to engage students in discussing and deciding on how the group will work together and build a collective responsibility. And it's a chance to foster accountability and student buy-in to the learning process. So what I did was I had them go into groups, create a list, and based on the prompt that I gave them, and the prompt was, what do you need to make the class environment safer, equitable, and productive for learning? So they need to write a list of what are the things that they need so that they can develop their learning within this virtual classroom. And again, it establishes the rules so that nobody feels unsafe and everybody is encouraged to participate. So, and then you would elicit ideas first in the beginning because they have no idea what you're referring to. So things like respect, openness, right to pass, that's important. They're not forced to participate if they feel that they're not comfortable enough. Sensitivity to diversity, anonymity, acceptance, and of course, have a good time. So that's something that they establish. And based on that, we put it on the platform, the shared platform that we have, and they can always refer back to it if needed. And then another thing, to build a learning community, we have 10 hours of meeting in real time. This is important because it develops that trust. So they see you, they interact with you, it builds respect with each other. And it also helps time management. So I was listening a little bit into the presentation before us and talking about the flipped classroom, and online is a great way to establish that. So they go and you give them work to do, and and they work on it, and they know before the classroom time what is expected of them. They come into the classroom and they have a set time. So every day, 7 p.m., they come in, they log in with all the work that's needed to start. It helps them manage time, especially during this COVID situation where there's so much going on at home. So having this real time allows more of a schedule for them. And then, of course, the breakout rooms. Now, this is a feature in Zoom, and I'm sure there's a lot of other platforms that have that same feature where it allows students to interact with each other away from the teacher. So this again develops that sense of community, develops that connection with the students. They feel more comfortable. They can interact more with each other. And sometimes it takes the pressure off having to answer questions straight away to the whole class. So if I have an assignment or if we had some kind of task that they had to do and I felt like everybody was reluctant to give me responses, I have them go into the breakout room, collectively decide on a response, and then come back. So that's another, I found this a great tool to build that learning community. Require constant interaction. Now this, and Inning has mentioned this, that this is quite a challenge to have that interaction happening in the classroom. But again, that flipped classroom model also helps with that, for them to know before the class what is expected of them. Independent work done before class and feedback given during class. So that's important because they come to class knowing that they will get the feedback of what they've been working on for the last couple of hours alone. And then we also send learning plans, a weekly learning plan, and it's detailed day by day. And that's also shared with the tutors. So Inning was talking about this personalized learning, and that's how the tutor is aware of what exactly the work that we're covering, the topics that we're covering, and then eventually the assessment of the week. So she's aware of that. And students are given that prior to the week, so they know exactly what is expected of them. And that also helps with that interaction because they know what is expected and then they come with their questions and concerns. And also providing social presence is important. So you need to connect with students. I found this key, especially during this time and especially with online, that you have this connection with students on a human and emotional level. Of course, we have the cognitive and the teaching presence, but you have to add that humanness to your teaching because that's what makes them motivated to come to class. And especially during these times, it was crucial to build that community, to build that safe space in that community for them to share their thoughts, their feelings, and to make it authentic for them too. So there's lots of activities that we did, and I'm going to go into more detail in the next slide, that helped promote that and that human-centered learning experience. Next slide, please. So this is an example of a community agreement that you can do. It doesn't have to be in writing. It can be also pictures and so forth, depending on how they're participating and how they're feeling comfortable. Maybe they're more visual and they want pictures, or they just want words. It's up to them. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are examples of providing social presence and the human-centered activities, and also to get the constant interaction with the students. So for the first few weeks, I would have them listen to a song of their choice. So they would, first I started giving, I sent my old songs, and then I asked them if they can share songs that they have a special connection with, if they can send me the link to it. So I would share that with them and share the lyrics, okay? And then have them listen to it, and then have a prompt question for them that would help them think. It'll be general themes of, loneliness, love, what makes you happy, when was the last time you got good advice, like things like that, just general. And I would give them 10 minutes to write whatever thoughts that come to their mind. So the first few weeks, I told them not to worry about sentence structure, grammar, spelling, just write whatever your thoughts are. That the process was just to get them to learn how to write. And then it would be on a Google Doc and they would email it to me. I would edit for grammar, sentence structure, and so forth. But of course, it's not marked, and I'd just to show them the kind of mistakes that are being made. And then eventually they develop their writing skills. And then eventually I would ask them to focus on their paragraph structure, focus on their sentence structure. I used to get 1 or 2 lines in the beginning because they weren't comfortable with the sharing of the writing. But then by the end, it was almost half a page long. So that was a great way to build community because they ended up sharing a lot of what they write together in class too. And then we started moving away from songs, and there's a a website that I strongly encourage you guys to take a look at. It's StoryCorps. So it's a website that has human experiences of different people from around the world that share their stories, and this is documented in little audios. So it's a very good listening activity. Only 3 minutes, 2 minutes long. And then these are all documented and kept in the public library in New York. And this is all on their website. So if you go to storycorps.com, you'll find it there. I'd ask them again to pick their own stories and then share it. And why is this specific to them? And then, of course, on a weekly basis after the weekend, you come in, what did you do on the weekend? What plans did you have? It's important to make that connection. Later on, because it's a 12-week program, towards the end, you can see that they're getting tired. It could be the weather changes, things are happening around them. With the COVID, again, it becomes stressful times. People are losing their jobs. People are, there's a lot of insecurities that are going on. So we started to incorporate some therapeutic art activities, and I'll share that with you later on. But these are all, at the end, developing this learning community that the students need. And you need it too, just as much as the students need it. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. And then the next best practice is authentic assessments. So it's the task that assesses the student's ability to efficiently and effectively use a repertoire of knowledge and skills to negotiate the task. So it could be the materials themselves can be authentic, or the task itself can be authentic. And we used both within the class. So one simple task that I used to do with them on a regular basis is the current affairs task. So what they do is they go onto a newspaper website. They pick an article of their choice. It doesn't have to be politics. It could be politics, entertainment, sports, whatever they're interested in. And they had a worksheet. And if any of you are interested in any of these activities and want more detail, or even might want me to share these worksheets with you, I'm more than happy to do so. You can always reach out to us and we can do that. And it would have main idea, author, based on opinion or fact, just to get them to evaluate the kind of information. Does it have supporting ideas? I mean, this is the kind of thing we teach them when they're reading and writing, right? And then they would come and present it to the class for 2 minutes. So that's one authentic assessment that we did. Another thing between evaluating sources and article review, I found a device that's called the CRAP test. I know it doesn't sound the greatest, but it's an acronym for currency, the timeliness of the information, the relevance, the authority, the source of the information that they're getting this from, the accuracy, and the purpose. So they have to evaluate all their sources based on this CRAP test. So it's a tool that they use. They check, yes, it has this. Okay, this is a reliable source. This is not a reliable source. And then based on that, they can do article reviews where they're taught how to paraphrase and summarize these articles. And these are peer-reviewed academic journal articles. So they're not easy to read, but with these tools, they are able to tackle things like that. And then another authentic assessment that I have them do, and I'm going to jump up to where you see Karen's Pichakucha. So the final assessment that we had, which was worth 20% of our mark, was a Pichakucha. Pichakucha, for some of you that might not know what it is, it's a type of presentation, 20 by 20. So it's 20 slides, 20 seconds each slide, so it's timed. No words on the slides. And they speak, and as the slides move along, they have to move along with it. So it's quite challenging because there's no words on the slides, and they're very limited to the amount of time for each slide. And I asked them to pick, the only guidance I gave them was a topic, something that they've learned in the class. So it could be a topic of interest that they had in the class, or something that they discovered while being in the class, or the experience they had in the class. So they really, it was challenging for them, first of all, to pick the topic. But again, this is a very authentic assessment because it's based on all the tools and skills that they were given throughout the class based on what they have with that and what they can do with it and what they can produce. So the one I'm going to show you, I have an example of a Pichacucha. I'm just going to give you a little bit background on it. So one of the students, she decided that she wanted to share her online English learning experience and the challenges that she faced doing that. That's what she decided. That's what she learned from this experience. Okay, and I'm going to share that video with you. Next slide, please. Okay, if you can play the video, please.
My motivation to study English was disappearing. I didn't feel too able to study. I was tired and I began to compare myself with my classmates, and I was the weak of the group in knowledge. This was often the sentiment, this feeling. But fears appeared. And this is a famous bridge. I don't know if you remember, I told you about this movie. It's the killer clown. To govern me, the fear. When I had to speak in my classes, I was just stay in consistent sentence and I couldn't express my ideas. Despite everything, I went ahead and began to develop a positive attitude. Living with joy is more complicated to acquire. I did it by being aware that I had a motivation to live in Canada. I chose this motivation, and if I fail, I stop and try again. I'm not lucky, but I never lose hope. I hold on to my belief, I get closer to God. I started to enjoy my life here in Canada. So after classes, I went for a walk with my family. I was getting my emotions back under control. I present to you my English teacher, Rasha. This is her face when she's teaching us English. A big smile for all of us to relax and enjoy the class. In this process, my teacher, Rasha, was fundamental. She found a way to teach me English using different techniques. And one of the first jobs that we had to do was listen to song and answer a question that was asked in 10 minutes. So, as you can imagine, at first I wrote only non-sentence sentences until I wrote the song Redemption by Bob Marley. My teacher gave me encourage to continue improving. Another of her techniques was to draw and explain my drawing. This is me. I'm a superhero. My name is Super Duper Sling Elephant. I fight evil with grammar. So if a bad guy tells you you can learn English, I come to the rescue. Because she was giving me space to unburden my sentiments in classes and giving me emotional support. I enjoy this activity, and when my daughter Russia interacted with my daughter without caring about the interruption of the class. So I started to be more confident and happy in my English lesson. She told me that I have my garden with my own emotions. It's not my responsibility to help everyone. I had to start organize my garden and my emotions to advance in English. So I feel that it was blooming in the spring. I was progressing in English. It took me less time to do my homework, and I used more and more vocabulary. Further, I could participate more in class. In my opinion, I did so good. My emotions were in control. I'm sitting under fear or under control. Of course, sometimes the program didn't work for me. Yes, and I got desperate, but I ended up and I just breathe. Just breathe. In conclusions, few things. These emotions can stop you from doing something you know within yourself that you are capable of doing. Please Don't allow your emotion to control you. We all have a feeling, but we have to discipline them. It will not be easy to achieve. You must be strong and not forget what your motivation to study English is. Make a statement with short-term goals. That is what you fight for your dreams, for your peace of mind. I'm not good in English, that's right, because I have never studied English before. Still, this skill is only developed by hours and hours of study. That's what I'm doing. It's take courage to act. This year, I will make this goal become a reality. I can. Now, what are you going to do?
Wow. Okay, thank you. Okay, next slide, please.
My motivation.
So that, yeah, next slide. Yeah. So then after the Picha Kucha, another requirement was for them to write a 500-word self-reflection on the process of them putting the Picha Kucha together. So Karen wrote, all people must be able to reinvent themselves when their plans to study English do not work. And that's through her self-reflection and what the realization that she came up with. And this is a very good example of authentic assessment. And that takes us also into our next best practice, which is experiential learning. So again, this would be a perfect example of experiential learning too. Next slide, please. Okay, so experiential learning occurs when chosen experiences are supported through reflection and critical analysis and synthesis. And that's a clear example or a concrete example from this presentation is the Picha Kucha. The students are engaged intellectually, emotionally, socially, and which makes the learning authentic. And there's two types that we're looking at, the project-based, which would be topics chosen by the teacher, or inquiry-based, which would be topics they choose. So this Picha Kucha would be an example of an inquiry-based learning. Next slide, please. So this is another short video of an example of a project-based exercise. What I had them do, so while we were in the live session, I told them, based on a popular cooking show, I told them, go into your kitchens and find me 4 or 5 ingredients, whatever you find. So they came back with different things, a tomato, a pepper, whatever they can find. And I told them, and this was on a Friday, so I told them over the weekend, you are to create a dish based on these ingredients, you're to name the dish, and then you're to present it to somebody in the family. And that person is to rate your dish. Thumbs up for good, thumb down for bad. And you're to record it in a 2 or 3 minute video. So I'm going to share one with you. This is Santi.
Hi guys, this is my chopped challenge video. I tried to make my best and meet the challenge because I'm not the best cooker, but I did it. The name of it is sandwich mess with pasta salad. Why? Because it has 3 different kind of meat, like ham, sausage, and bacon, with cheese, and also a huge amount of protein with bread and pasta. I used my 5th ingredient as a fruit. I chose a green apple. How I did it? It was easy. I just made a sandwich with the ham and cheese. I cut my apple, and the most difficult thing was the pasta because I put different things on it, like tomatoes, carrots, salad dressing, mayonnaise, and other things. At the time, I put a sandwich with butter in a pan to cook and make it crunchy. We don't forget to heat the sausage and at least put the pasta on. This is the result of my creation. Looks heavy to eat, and believe me, it is. But it's delicious. Okay, and this was my challenge done. I hope you can do it and tell me if you like it or not.
Okay. Okay, so next slide, please. Oh, did we lose the slides? Okay, yeah, so that was just one example of something we did. Another example was taken off the platform that we use. Our topic was crime. So based on readings that we had on the platform about the 7 deadly sins, They were to create their own list of deadly sins on a topic or action of everyday life. So in groups in the breakout rooms, they create their lists and they share it and explain why they put these as their top 7 deadly sins. Next slide, please. And another example of experiential learning, before COVID happened, I take my students on a scavenger hunt around Kingston. So we'd start right in downtown behind City Hall, and they'd be given a booklet that would have clues of what hidden treasures they need to find. And there'd be things on buildings, like little pictures on buildings and things like that, that would help them explore the downtown and get to know the downtown area a little bit more. And I put them in groups, and it'll be a competition. So each group is to find all the hidden treasures. There'd be 10 hidden treasures, and they take selfies with the whole group and the hidden treasure. And the first group to reach the last hidden treasure and to send me their pictures wins a prize. And it's usually a lot of fun. So now that we're on virtual now, I am trying to collaborate with escape rooms, which is something which is an organization. What they do, they offer games virtually. So they're going to take this idea and try to make it virtual so that we can share it with students and they can have this virtual treasure hunt with us. So hopefully that would be coming up in the next semester or maybe later. But this is definitely something that the students enjoy doing. Next slide, please. Okay, then moving on to the next best practice is transformative intercultural learning. So this is a snapshot from our Zoom screen. And that day I had asked them to bring the background that they have of their favorite place in their country. So we have Mexico there, we have Chile, we have Egypt, and we have China, just to show you how diverse the classroom really is. Okay, next slide. Okay, so transformative intercultural learning, what it involves, it's a deep shift in your thought and feelings and actions. So this deep shift involves an understanding of ourselves, of our self-locations and our relationship with others. It increases our consciousness and our personal humanness. And a term that I really liked is body mindfulness. So it's recognizing all the information that comes to us and how that changes us or transforms us. Okay, and it's important that we develop activities in our ESL classrooms to help students understand this shift. Next slide, please. So one activity, and we talked a little bit about therapeutic art activities. So these are examples of this. I asked them, the first 10 minutes we used to do the songs, then we did the stories, and then we started doing this. I wouldn't start these activities in the first few weeks because you haven't developed that safe space yet. So make sure that you've developed your trust, the safe space, and then move on to these activities towards maybe the second half of your program. Okay, so think about the kind of superhero you are, what superpowers you want, what superhero name would you like to call yourself, and design and decorate the front and back of your superhero body and cape. They really enjoyed this. I gave them 10 minutes. They drew it. They had a name for themselves. And then we ended up calling each other these names throughout the rest of the program, which was fun. And it also empowered them too, because then they recognized the powers that they put into these. And like what Karen was mentioning hers, she called herself super duper slim elephant, which was a superhero that can solve all your grammar problems. Okay, next slide, please. Another example is how you see yourself. So this is important for self-reflection, right? So the middle one, how I see myself, they draw how they see themselves, how others see them, and how they want to be seen. Okay, next slide, please. And this is a short video of how these activities helped.
So in my personal experience during class, I discovered that drawing can help me to get connected to emotions beyond words and in a way that I didn't know how to express since I was a kid. As I was hiding them, And now I can say that when I draw, I can like myself. It's like looking yourself in a mirror. Thanks to the class.
There you go. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, in conclusion, I'd like to share this poem with you. And this is something that I wish for all students. Come to the edge, the voice said softly. No, they said it's too high. Come to the edge, the voice insisted. No, she said it's too dangerous. Come to the edge, the voice demanded. No, he said, I might fall. Come to the edge, the voice commanded. Reluctantly, I came to the edge. He pushed me off when I flew. Thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity. I hope you guys have enough time for questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ini and Rasha. It was a really pleasure. This incredible and significant information, which will be all of interesting to many. I know that it will be perfect. Okay, we have only just a couple minutes for the question session, but I just want to share with you. This is from Cesar Cuellar. What will be your recommendation for English teachers to face the lack of attendance and participation of students who live in rural communities?
I'm having a hard time hearing you. That your voice is cutting off.
Sorry, I have my mic muted. Yeah, I can start with that question. So rural communities, whether they can, how do we make sure that they participate and be able to be engaged? So I think this is, I guess we are pretty lucky or pretty privileged that way. We are able to design a program and specify the technical requirement that's needed from the student. Of course, we will allow students to dial in through telephone rather than internet. And of course, whether the video is on or off, it depends on the bandwidth that the students are able to access. So we just need to remain really flexible, but do spell out the requirement from the beginning, whether this is something that the student can meet, and then help them to set that up and answer those questions. Make sure that they have the right setup from the beginning. And while you're running the program, of course, just be mindful that technology can fail, can create challenges. So you just need to be very flexible.
Great. We have 5 minutes left, but the last question. This is from Germán Lara. It's really important to have time with our students face to face, but do you have tips or how to work with the students in a difficult financial situation?
Oh, that's a good question. Again, we are pretty privileged in that we are targeting students who I would say probably definitely have the financial means to try to study abroad. And this program is the bridging part of that study journey, is for them to come to Canada later on, while you can access the English training online at your home country. So from a financial point of view, you have actually helped the student saving some money by not having to travel. And our online class, because we relied on the self-study portion of the platform and have the live session hours kind of reduced compared to our face-to-face program. We only have 10 hours rather than 20 hours. So even though I hate to use the word reduce, the fact is that the quality of those interactions in that 10 hours perhaps is much higher than what you will get out of the 20 hours. That's how I'm seeing it, because the intentional design we have put in and the way that Rasha using all her example as her facilitation skills technique, those 10 hours are very intense. So the quality is very high, even though your hours are less than, say, a face-to-face program. So yeah, financially we do attract students who have those financial means to travel to study abroad. But this program, by moving it online, by having this kind of design, is actually reducing the cost for our student. They don't have to travel for that first, semester of that first year, and paying a bit less fee for the live sessions.
Perfect. Any comments, Rasha? In addition,
I'm having a hard time hearing. It's cutting off, so I missed a lot of what was said. Sorry.
no, it's okay. We have two minutes left, but I just want to
can't
say
hear
thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this incredible session. Greetings from Mexico. I hope that probably in the future we could meet in the real life. But thank you, everyone. We appreciate your being here today. Please join us for today's last session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome to our last session for day one of Challenges of a New Teaching. My name is Carlos Argel Gallardo, your host. Allow me to introduce Michael Salenko and Carlos Aceves with iTEP, Solución a los retos de una evaluación a distancia. Having worked in the field of international English proficiency assessment for over 10 years, Michael Salenko has learned what methods improve international student learning. As current Vice President of iTEP Mexico, Michael relocated to Mexico to work closely with Mexican institutions to provide solutions for their English proficiency needs, from placement and progress to course exit and certification. Michael previously brokered iTEP deals to enter many key markets such as India, Brazil, and China. He also envisioned and oversaw expansion of iTEP product offerings to include industry-specific tests as well as innovative updates to iTEP's backend admin features.
Gracias. Thank you. I don't know if there's a summary for our partner here, Carlos Aceves, as well?
Yes. Okay. Carlos Alberto Aceves has a bachelor's degree in education with a specialty in the English language and a postgraduate degree in higher education. During his professional career, he has managed an EFL program, taught students of all levels, designed curriculum, and provided remote counseling to meet required graduation levels. He is currently a director of iTEP Mexico, responsible for all processes related to the professional college in English teaching, and the general direction of accreditation, incorporation, and revalidation for CENI procedures, as well as some customer service, marketing, and more. He regularly attends industry conferences and forums and has been a distinguished speaker for topics related to educational technology, best practices in proper English evaluation, and effective understanding of test result and linguistic soft skills. Leaving it to you, good luck.
Gracias. Thanks very much. Gracias, Carlos. Thank you all for being here today. A little bit different format than last year and probably what we're all used to, but we'll make the best of it, and we thank you for being with us today. I'm going to start the presentation, and then about halfway through, Maestro Carlos Aceves will complete the presentation. So please share the screen, Carlos. Bienvenidos. Challenges of a New Teaching. Ok, nuestra presentación tiene el título Solución a los retos de una evaluación a distancia. Otra vez soy Michael Salenko, vicepresidente, y mi compañero Carlos Aceves, director iTEP México. Según doctor Antonio Cerritos, el jefe del Departamento de Evaluación Educativa en la UNAM, el mes pasado dijo, ¿cómo poder hacerlo correctamente? Refiriéndose a evaluar a distancia, y que sea un instrumento válido y confiable para asegurar que los alumnos entiendan. A la vez, hay problemas de infraestructura y tenemos que asegurarnos que nadie suplante su identidad para poder pasar una prueba complicada. Así, hay algunos retos que ha dicho el doctor y vamos a explorarlos aún más. Primero, poder garantizar y autenticar los resultados. También validez y confiabilidad de las evaluaciones. Problemas de infraestructura. Evitar la suplantación de los evaluados y algunos adicionales, que son dificultades en la configuración y protección del contenido del examen. Coordinar y calendarizar la aplicación desde casa. Tiempos de entrega de los resultados. Y entender fortalezas y debilidades según esos resultados. Y vamos a explorarlos uno por uno más a fondo ahora. ¿Cuál es la solución al reto de poder garantizar y autenticar los resultados de un examen en línea y a distancia? Pues en iTEP tenemos este link que se conecta a nuestro sitio de web, donde se puede autenticar cualquier examen iTEP, cualquier resultado en cualquier momento. Al hacer clic aquí, aparece la pantalla esta, y con un poco de la información de sus alumnos, del evaluado, ustedes pueden entrar la información en los campos aquí, y de esta forma, pues, se puede autenticar si el resultado es válido o no. Reto 2, validez y confiabilidad de las evaluaciones. ¿Cuál es la solución a este reto según iTEP? Pues primero tenemos las buenas noticias de contarles que somos reconocidos por la DGAIR como instrumento de certificación CENI. Además, están alineados los resultados iTEP con el acorde al marco común de referencia. Y aquí se ve la escala. Otras soluciones a la validez y confiabilidad de las evaluaciones son, claro, que tenemos la guía, confiabilidad y validez académica, que se ve ahora en la pantalla, y también está disponible por el sitio de web o también por correo. Y tenemos reconocimiento internacional impresionante con socios y números de socios y instituciones que utilizan iTEP en muchos países aquí en el gráfico. Entonces, están en buenas manos. Ya tenemos muchas colaboraciones en muchos países con bastantes instituciones que nos respaldan. Reto 3, según doctor Cerritos, problemas de infraestructura. ¿Cuál es la solución iTEP a este reto? Pues posibilidad de aplicar el examen desde casa a través del servicio iTEP Virtual Proctoring, que durante la pandemia no tiene costo extra. Es un servicio que estamos ofreciéndoles ahora para poder aplicarlo desde casa. Tenemos requisitos mínimos, es decir, es muy fácil aplicar el examen. muy amigable. No se requiere un centro de cómputo. Desde casa, un compu, auriculares y internet sin problemas. Y con webcam también se puede aplicar el examen con un solo computadora. Y no existe ni un mínimo ni un máximo de computadoras a usar o exámenes a aplicar. Sin convenios legales o vinculantes también, entonces no hay problemas de ese tipo de infraestructura. Reto 4, evitar la suplantación de los evaluados. ¿Cómo hacemos esto? En iTEP la solución son algunos, pero la primera es un servicio que se llama Respondus, que abre una ventana en la cual no se puede salir. Se dice modo kiosco o kiosk mode en inglés, que previene la apertura de otras pestañas o Google o lo que sea a través de Respondus. También tenemos únicamente en iTEP un servicio que se llama Photosure, que captura fotos del examinado durante cada sección, cada pregunta durante el examen, aproximadamente una foto cada minuto. Entonces, se nota que es el mismo alumno durante el examen, durante todas las preguntas. Además, hay filtros de identificación, en inglés se dice cross-referencing del examinado, su nombre, para asegurar que no hay duplicación del examinado. Tomamos también video del examinado en la sección de speaking y siempre estamos monitoreando por parte de iTEP los examinados y la información del examen. Y ahora hemos visto ya varias veces Kiosk Mode y Respondus y Photosure y varias soluciones que hemos proveído y hemos creado según la necesidad de aplicar exámenes en casa durante la pandemia, pero queremos ahora enseñarles una muestra por video de cómo es este servicio iTEP Virtual Proctoring en casa. Video, por favor. Pues muchas gracias. Espero que el video y el volumen y el audio les fuera buena. Y ahora Carlos Aceves va a seguir la presentación.
Muchas gracias, Michael. ¿Qué tal? Buenos días aún. Y donde sean buenas tardes, pues buenas tardes, ¿no? Pues acabamos de ver 4 retos muy importantes, pero en iTEP hemos detectado que dentro de los socios hay algunos retos adicionales dentro de una evaluación. Cuando nos topamos con el evaluar el inglés a distancia, pues existen más incertidumbres y más dudas, más preguntas. Y pues aquí nos topamos con otro de los retos que ha sido muy común con nuestros socios, y es la dificultad en la configuración y la protección del contenido. ¿Cómo le aseguramos nosotros al evaluado que vamos a proteger ese contenido o que la configuración va a ser sencilla, ¿no? Hemos creado pues una guía de acceso rápido. Esto les va a ayudar a los directivos a poder enviar esta guía a los estudiantes y poderlo hacerlo todo más sencillo, ¿no? Antes era más difícil tener que decirle al estudiante, oye, vas a entrar al examen de esta forma o vas a entrar a este link, pero después vas a descargar este software o cosas por el estilo, ¿no? Ahora lo hemos simplificado un poco más y hemos llegado a esta guía de configuración de 3 páginas. También tenemos pues el video tutorial que ha sido muy útil con distintos estudiantes y directivos. La aplicación de Respondus a un solo clic. Es un navegador increíble. Las personas que utilizan iTEP se van a enamorar del navegador Respondus. Van a encontrar que ahora con un solo clic van a poder acceder al examen e ingresar a toda la información sin necesidad de tener que descargar Kiosk Mode, configurar una computadora o cosas por el estilo, ¿no? Este navegador también lo que hace es evitar pestañas emergentes, evita que el estudiante conecte monitores adicionales. Entonces es más seguro, detecta o solicita también la identificación al inicio, detecta el audio durante todo el proceso del examen. Entonces, si alguien llega ahí y le empieza a dar las respuestas al estudiante, lo vamos a detectar también, ¿no? No solamente graba el audio durante una sección, sino durante todo el examen. Es muy seguro. También esa transmisión de contenido en vivo le permite al evaluado el no descargar nada en su computadora, no instalamos ningún tipo de cookie, nada por el estilo. Entonces, hablando de la protección del contenido, el estudiante o el evaluado está seguro, puede dar por entendido que no vamos a solicitar ningún tipo de información más que la que se requiere para validar su identidad dentro del mismo examen. Ningún examen presenta el mismo contenido. En iTEP manejamos una información o un banco de información muy amplio, entonces nunca se van a topar con el mismo examen. Puede que algún alumno se tope con la misma pregunta, pero el orden de respuestas es diferente, o puede que la pregunta sea similar, pero está estructurada de forma diferente. Nunca va a ser una pregunta o un examen similar, ¿no? Otro de los retos a los que se han enfrentado nuestros socios, pues es el de coordinar y calendarizar la aplicación desde casa. Esa dificultad de poder coordinar la aplicación de 300, 500 o 1000 exámenes, ¿sí? Es sencillo hablar de uno, pero ¿qué pasa con aquellas instituciones que tienen la necesidad de evaluar 500 exámenes, ¿no? No tienen que dar ustedes una fecha específica. Tenemos aplicaciones las 24 horas, los 7 días de la semana, todo el año. Si ustedes se topan con alguna persona que dice, ok, yo tengo familia en casa, no puedo presentar el examen porque no me puedo concentrar en la tarde, tengo que esperar a que se duerman y yo me siento cómodo presentándolo en la noche. Si es así, él lo puede presentar en la noche sin ningún problema. Siempre estamos nosotros ahí disponibles y monitoreando a distancia, ¿no? No hay ningún mínimo ni máximo de aplicación. Esto quiere decir que si es necesario aplicar un examen a un estudiante de nuevo ingreso a mitad de un semestre o cuatrimestre, lo pueden hacer. No hay ningún problema. Ustedes solamente entregan la guía de aplicación, su licencia y su password, y él lo puede hacer desde su casa, una sola licencia, o pueden compartir 500 a todos los estudiantes. No hay ni mínimo ni máximo. Flexibilidad en el uso de los códigos. Nosotros tenemos la flexibilidad de que cuando ustedes compran una licencia o tienen alguna licencia, esta licencia tiene vigencia de 1 año, pero somos muy flexibles en el sentido de que si esta licencia está próxima a expirar porque no se ha utilizado, ustedes nos pueden contactar y la pueden hacer alguna extensión dentro de la misma licencia. Sabemos que hay veces donde ustedes por tiempo adquieren algún número de licencias, pero no son utilizadas todas, y pasó con esta contingencia. Hubo instituciones que compraron algunas licencias para aplicar en mayo, no pasó, se caducaron en esa misma fecha en mayo, pero pidieron una extensión y las pudieron utilizar ahora en julio. Esa flexibilidad siempre la hemos tenido, siempre y cuando ustedes nos avisen con un periodo de anticipación. Claro que si ya expiró, pues no sé, hace un mes y me dices, oye, quiero utilizar los códigos de hace un mes, ya no va a ser posible, pero si ustedes nos dicen, oye, están por expirar en este mes, ¿me puedes dar una extensión de 1 mes más? Sin problema alguno. No involucramos a terceros, eso quiere decir que no va a haber necesidad de que nosotros los coordinemos con alguien más para que ustedes hagan la aplicación. Ustedes mismos, al ser un centro evaluador, al ser un socio iTEP, ustedes coordinan toda la aplicación y ustedes pueden indicar qué día se tiene que aplicar el examen. Nosotros no calendarizamos, nosotros no aplicamos nada por ustedes. Ustedes son los que deciden según las necesidades que ustedes tengan dentro de su institución. Otro de los retos siempre ha sido el tiempo de entrega de los resultados. Sabemos que siempre existe una prioridad de capacitar a un estudiante o a un docente previo a una entrega de resultados. Y sabemos que a ustedes les piden a veces un límite de tiempo para esa entrega de resultados. Si ustedes requieren, por ejemplo, entregar los resultados a final de mes, tengan por seguro que nosotros entregaremos los resultados dentro de 1 a 2 días hábiles. No damos ese tiempo de que 1 mes para entrega de resultados. Sabemos que el tiempo muchas veces es prioridad para ustedes, estamos conscientes de eso y por eso trabajamos todo el día para satisfacer las necesidades que ustedes tienen, y una necesidad de entregar resultados a tiempo y poder hacer uso de ese tiempo es nuestra prioridad también. Entender que ustedes a veces requieren hasta el final de mes para prepararse, presentar el examen, obtener resultados y poder entregarlos a tiempo. Ahí estamos nosotros, ¿no? Los resultados los entregamos por correo en un formato PDF. Sabemos que hoy en día también existe la necesidad de certificar ese resultado. Por eso también tenemos certificados que pueden ser expedidos por medio de iTEP desde la oficina en California, pero esos se envían ya en físico y es un proceso que está disponible también para ustedes. Pero por forma de velocidad, entregamos resultados en PDF. Estos resultados se envían por medio de un link y son, como les comentaba, rapidísimos, o uno de los más rápidos en el mercado, con 1 a 2 días hábiles. El entender las fortalezas y debilidades según los resultados. Nosotros enviamos los resultados, como les había comentado, en un correo, y ustedes pueden tener no solamente acceso a estos resultados, sino también poder tener acceso a las respuestas sometidas. El correo que nosotros enviamos es similar a este, donde ustedes van a poder ingresar al resultado y las respuestas y al reporte de resultado. A las respuestas se verían similares a este, ¿sí? Esto es muy importante porque existe siempre la duda de en qué me equivoqué, o existe la duda del estudiante de que yo escribí un párrafo muy grande y yo creo que fui perfecto, me gustaría saber cómo fui evaluado. Aquí está el resultado, ¿no? Entonces el estudiante va a poder ver en qué se equivocó, y esto es súper útil para una retroalimentación con un docente o poder tener una tutoría adicional. Van a poder tener acceso a los audios, ¿sí? Y poder ver cuántas respuestas contestó. Hay muchas veces que dice, oye, es que, ¿por qué me fue mal en gramática? Bueno, pues, ¿cuántas preguntas contestaste? Bueno, es que nada más contesté 10. Aquí podemos detectar cuántas contestó de esas preguntas. En este ejemplo, el estudiante contestó todas las preguntas, pero obtuvo 23 de 25 correctas, ¿sí? Entonces esperamos que su resultado, pues aquí fue bueno. Pero si en el speaking obtuvo una calificación baja, podemos reproducir el audio y escuchar y tener una retroalimentación junto con el docente y poderlo capacitar para fortalecer el idioma, detectando esas debilidades, ¿no? Otro es que entregamos un reporte oficial de resultados muy comprensivo, con gráficas para que el estudiante lo pueda ver de una manera visual más asequible, ¿no? Tenemos acceso a estas 3 hojitas donde el evaluado va a poder ver su nivel acorde al marco común de referencia europeo, ver el promedio o el resultado que obtuvo en cada sección. Ahí podemos ver en el grammar, en el listening, en el reading, writing, speaking. Pero también muy importante, cómo utilizar estas gráficas a nuestro favor, ¿no? Tenemos unas subhabilidades que son ideales para todos los estudiantes o evaluados. Estas subhabilidades van a identificar o detectar cuáles son las áreas de oportunidad que tienen cada sección. Un ejemplo aquí tenemos en Grammar, ¿sí? Una pequeña gráfica y cómo interpretar esta gráfica en base al resultado del estudiante, ¿no? También tenemos competencias generales que van a ayudar a comprenderlo más o ver las habilidades que él tiene dentro del mundo real, ¿no? Otra sería una competencia general, el saber, por ejemplo, el estudiante es A2. Hay estudiantes que al momento dicen, bueno, yo soy un número, yo soy una letra, ¿qué puedo hacer yo en el mundo real? ¿Cómo puedo desenvolverme en el mundo real? Esta competencia general le describe a él sus habilidades y también este reporte puede ser muy útil para el docente y entender cuáles son las competencias generales y específicas de ese estudiante en ese momento. Si evaluamos al inicio, poder entender qué es lo que él puede hacer y tener una meta y hacia dónde lo queremos llevar, ¿no? Si evaluamos a la mitad, poder dar ese seguimiento y si evaluamos al final, poder ver cómo estamos enviando a este estudiante o a este evaluado al mundo real, ¿no? De qué es capaz él y si hay una persona que lo vaya a emplear, saber de qué es capaz, pero también detectar qué puedes todavía lograr, ¿no? Estoy aquí, pero puedo llegar acá. ¿Cómo poder utilizar todas estas, todos estos resultados? ¿Cómo utilizar estas subhabilidades a mi favor? Bueno, pues tenemos un ejemplo, aquí tenemos gramática. Siempre estudiamos, o por lo general, cuando una persona estudia, nos dice, es que estudié para el examen. Y presentan el examen, obtienen un resultado, y dicen, bueno, tengo que estudiar más. Y vuelven a estudiar para el examen, y vuelven a sacar el mismo, o a obtener el mismo resultado. Bueno, utiliza las subhabilidades a tu favor. Tal vez estás estudiando siempre lo mismo, pero no estás detectando que te hace falta algo. Aquí podemos ver que al estudiante le hace falta estudiar articles and prepositions, pero tiene sentence structure muy bien. Bueno, no estudiamos sentence structure esta vez, pero estudiamos articles and prepositions y tratamos de llevar estas tal vez a un 50% y va a elevar tu competencia un poco más. Si tomamos estas subhabilidades y nos proponemos una meta, yo creo que este estudiante con un mes de estudio puede incrementar todas estas subhabilidades a un 60% sin problema alguno. Sería solamente dividir esto en etapas de estudio, reforzar lo que es articles and prepositions, conjunctions, parts of the speech, y las otras van a incrementar con el uso de las otras subhabilidades, ¿sí? Pero esto puede ser que ustedes como docentes apoyen al estudiante a tener una retroalimentación, a revisar los resultados. Si envolvemos la educación y la hacemos global, docente, estudiante, involucramos también, si de ser posible, a la familia, yo creo podemos tener ese círculo perfecto que nos va a ayudar a tener una competencia genérica en su totalidad y poder tener un crecimiento, pues puede ser exponencial o rápido, ¿no? Tenemos nosotros, bueno, la ventaja de ser partícipe de muchos ejemplos reales donde estudiantes han llegado a un nivel A2, a B1 dentro de un mes, ¿sí? Hay gente que dice esto no es posible. Es posible si detectamos en qué se está equivocando o cuál es el error que está cometiendo siempre, ¿no? No es lo mismo decir obtuviste un resultado a decir te estás equivocando en esto. Detectarlo y saber específicamente qué es mejor a decir tú eres un 7. Yo soy un 7. Es mejor decir te estás equivocando en esto, vamos a trabajar en ello, ¿sí? O eres genial en esto, vamos a dejar esto a un lado por el momento y enfócate en esto, ¿sí? Es una forma diferente de ver las cosas. Ahora, un resumen general de estas soluciones, ¿no? Pues iTEP es ideal para autenticar y validar los resultados en nuestra página web. Tenemos todo el acceso a ello. Ustedes van a poder revisar y validar la confiabilidad de los exámenes por medio de nuestro cuadernillo. Este está siempre disponible para ustedes. Pueden encontrarlo en línea o solicitarlo con nosotros o a los directivos. Todas las competencias están acordes al marco común de referencia europeo. Entonces es muy fácil entender la competencia genérica en la que se encuentra el estudiante o acorde también a un área en específico, ¿no? Tenemos reconocimiento nacional e internacional. Sabemos que para ustedes es ideal el poder enviar a sus estudiantes a diferentes universidades al extranjero. Estamos presentes en más de 50 países. Tenemos reconocimiento nacional dentro de GAIR, para empezar, para poder tramitar CENI. Ustedes lo pueden hacer como una institución. También estamos reconocidos por PRONI, por el Programa Nacional de Nivel de Inglés. Si hay docentes que quisieran aplicar a los proyectos que tiene PRONI, lo pueden hacer con el uso de iTEP sin problema alguno. Tenemos requisitos mínimos de aplicación. Ustedes lo vieron, con el uso de Respondus es muy rápido y es muy, muy sencillo. No tenemos convenios legales ni vinculantes. No hay mínimo ni máximo de computadoras, no hay mínimo ni máximo de aplicación. Pueden tener ustedes una laptop en su casa y con esa presentar el examen. Como mencionaba, no hay convenios legales ni vinculantes. Tenemos tecnología PhotoSure única en iTEP que les va a ayudar a tener esa confianza y seguridad de que no hay suplantaciones de individuos, que no hay otra persona presentando exámenes en lugar de otros. Tenemos videos y guías muy amigables para el estudiante, muy comprensivos, no superiores a 3 páginas, no superiores a 3 minutos, que hoy en día eso es muy, muy práctico, porque sabemos que no siempre el estudiante va a querer leer 7 páginas, 15 páginas, pero sí una página de instrucción general y otra de cómo entrar, ¿no? O hay personas que son más visuales, oye, un video es mejor para mí, pues tenemos el video que les va a ayudar a entrar al examen y que ustedes no tengan que estar atendiendo a 500 estudiantes para solucionar dudas que son similares. Ahora solamente comparten el video con esos 500 y ellos desde su casa lo pueden hacer ya sea con la guía o con el video. Esto de transmitir contenido en vivo ha hecho que el examen iTEP sea más seguro a diferencia de otros exámenes que guardan información dentro de la computadora, y si el estudiante tiene acceso o conocimiento de las computadoras en algún grado avanzado, va a poder entrar a las respuestas sin problema alguno y poder hackear esto, ¿no? Nosotros no, es un contenido en vivo, nunca van a tener acceso a las respuestas y nunca van a ser similares. Aplicación las 24 horas dentro de 7 días a la semana, los 365. Si alguien, no creo que suceda esto, pero si alguien en Año Nuevo no quiere festejar o no es parte de su tradición o cultura y quiere estar presentando un examen para aplicar a alguna universidad, lo puede hacer. Estamos siempre ahí para ustedes, ¿no? Resultados, la velocidad, lo que ustedes necesitan, resultados dentro de 1 a 2 días hábiles. Sabemos que a veces convocatorias no las detectaron hasta esta semana, pero la convocatoria se cierra la próxima semana. Ahí estamos para ayudarlos a participar en cualquier convocatoria, en cualquier entrega de resultados que sea prioridad. Siempre estamos ahí con ustedes. Un reporte de resultados con acceso a las respuestas sometidas. El saber que ustedes están presentando un examen y que alguien les diga, obtuviste un 7, pero ¿en qué me equivoqué? Obtuviste un 7, con nosotros no. Si tú presentas el examen, tienes derecho a saber en qué te equivocaste, tienes derecho a obtener esa información sometida por ti. No es ninguna, pues se puede decir, no es nada oculto, no hay ningún misterio en esto. Tú lo entregaste, esto es lo que tú entregaste, ¿no? No debe de haber ninguna trama o misterio en qué respondiste o por qué, no te voy a decir. Claro que tienes acceso. Igual, de esta misma forma, si ustedes como institución cree que es conveniente no hacerle llegar esta información al estudiante para no desmotivarlo o algo por el estilo, igual, no la enviamos, lo enviamos directo a ustedes y ustedes deciden qué compartir. Siempre tenemos nosotros ese respeto para la visión o la misión que tiene la institución. Si ustedes solamente los quieren ubicar, pero no quieren en este momento compartir información, adelante. Pero si ustedes quieren dar esa retroalimentación porque quieren avanzar en el crecimiento del estudiante de una manera progresiva, adelante. Estamos ahí con ustedes. El usar las subhabilidades a su favor es cuestión de visión de ustedes o misión de ustedes, ¿no? Ustedes deciden qué hacer, pero nosotros siempre estamos ahí para entregar la solución que ustedes requieren. Sabemos que hoy en día esta nueva forma de educar a distancia puede ser complicada, pero si ustedes nos contactan, los podemos ayudar a encontrar una solución, ¿no? Bueno, dentro de esto hay mucho más. Podríamos hablar de las diferentes evaluaciones que tiene iTEP. Pudiéramos hablar de cómo nosotros los podemos apoyar a crear un examen personalizado. Pudiéramos hablar de muchísimas cosas, pero yo creo que hablar del seguimiento continuo, de cómo ayudamos nosotros a florecer a esa pequeña semilla, a ese estudiante que llegó tímido a la institución, pero ayudamos a ubicarlo y ayudamos a llevar un progreso con él, ayudamos a la institución a encaminarlo hasta que él fuera floreciendo y creciendo y poder certificar su nivel final y que él pueda llegar con un documento al mundo real y decir, esta es mi competencia general y estas son mis competencias específicas. Es ideal o es súper enriquecedor. Bueno, por mi parte, pues sería todo. No sé, Michael, si quieras compartir algo también en relación a este seguimiento continuo.
Solo que un recordatorio, el servicio iTEP Virtual Proctoring, tenemos varios exámenes iTEP. Por ejemplo, ya ustedes ya conocen el BEAS Placement, BEAS Progress, etcétera. Y a través de iTEP Virtual Proctoring se puede aplicar cualquier de nuestros exámenes con seguridad desde casa. Entonces, tenemos unos casos para presentarles si no hay preguntas, pero queremos averiguar si existen preguntas primero o dónde quedamos con la audiencia. Si existe más
Thank you,
contenido
Michael
o más
and
preguntas
Carlos,
o más.
for your great presentation. Now we will be answering some questions. Professor Michael.
Sí, entiendo bien. Sí, las preguntas son las que aparecen en la pantalla, ¿no? Entonces, son escritas las preguntas, pero respondemos por voz. Pues, hemos hablado del servicio iTEP Virtual Proctoring. La pregunta es, what are the requirements for a school to be a center? Son básicos. The requirements are basic, very similar to the technical requirements that we already went over, that you have to have computer, stable internet, headphones, microphone, and webcam. And for added security, a proctor when you're administering the tests on site. So very, very minimal requirements. No, it's not a legally binding agreement. We just, basically train you to administer the test on site, and then you take it from there. Every time you want to administer the tests, you can do so on your own. There's no reason to have to schedule with us or anyone else. You can, once you're set up, you can have full freedom to administer the tests any day or time or quantity that you wish. Okay. Question is, when it is not free anymore, how much does it cost as an individual teacher, and how can I get it? I assume this is referring to the cost of the virtual proctoring service. We don't have any additional cost information at this time. We don't know when or how this pandemic is going to end. Hopefully sooner rather than later, but we don't have the information to answer that at this time. We're just happy to be able to extend that service to you for free in the meantime. And if you want to take advantage of it and try it out, please contact Carlos and or I after the presentation. Next question is, do you always deliver the graphics with the results? Yes, every score report comes with the graphics. Any other questions? Okay, with that exam, my students could get CENI certificate. With iTEP Academic Plus, with a score report authenticated through iTEP, yes, with that score report, you can then go and apply through Degair for your CENI certificate. That's not one of iTEP's services, though, although we would recommend that you consider offering that as a service. In other words, you receive the test result from us, and then you can help your students apply for the CENI certificate as an add-on service for them. Okay, next question is, un iTEP Slate Core es equivalente a un iTEP placement para universidades BIS? No, they're different tests. iTEP Slate Core contains content for younger students. It's more of a high school, junior high and high school directed test. In fact, SLATE is an acronym for Secondary Level Assessment Test of English. So the SLATE test is more the test that we recommend for junior high and high school students, and the placement test is more for placement into English language programs like the one that we currently offer for the BIS universities. So the answer is no, they're not the same. If we are experiencing some troubles with the internet connection, like intermittent signal, can we start the test from the beginning? We experience a lot of internet troubles. We have an even better solution. Carlos mentioned earlier that the content is streamed in real time, and if the internet fails or electricity fails, for example, the streaming aspect of the iTEP tests saves the last section, saves up to the current section. So in other words, you will not ever have to start the test from the beginning again. You may have to start the section that you were on when the outage occurred again, but the streaming nature of iTEP saves the information as you go. So you won't need to start it from the beginning. ¿Cómo puedo tener acceso al iTEP virtual proctoring? Please contact us after the presentation, and we can get you started on the process. Any more questions? No testing through cell phones, only computers, laptops or desktops. Any other computers? Where can we get questions? Where can we get that video? I assume you mean the video for the instructional video about iTEP virtual proctoring. Again, just I think everyone's going to receive these presentations after the conference, or maybe later today. I'm not sure what the organizers have in mind for sharing of the videos and presentations, but you can also contact us directly and we can send you that video. Any other questions? Very good questions, by the way. Anyone else?
I think, oh, one more.
Any UT branch? Yes. I'm not sure which branch you're from, but we work already with 42 BEAS universities and some other UTs that are not part of the BEAS. So yes, if you'd like to get a testimonial from someone already using iTEP, then please check with your UT colleagues. Another question. ¿El examen iTEP se puede tomar usando sistema operativo Mac OS? Yes. Any other questions? I have a couple more minutes. If not, then we request.
Estoy viendo que estamos teniendo preguntas, exacto, en Facebook, es lo que iba a comentar.
Looks like we have another question. Can you share an email where we can contact you? Sure. It's my personal email, work email is msalenko@iteponline.com. It's MSALENKO at iteponline.com. Carlos is iTEP Zona Norte. Carlos, what's yours? Mute.
Sorry. Una disculpa. ite.zonanorte@gmail.com. Los voy a redactar y ahorita los compartimos en la pantalla, si me lo permiten. ¿Sí?
Okay. Yes, we do have local test centers for the test in Puebla. All of our test centers are either listed on our website if they're public, or sometimes private test centers. In other words, the public test centers are open to the public. You can entertain anyone you want at your center to apply the exams to them there. A private test center generally means they only administer the tests to their own students. Next question is, who evaluates the oral exams? The speaking and writing sections are all graded by native English speakers, highly trained, top-level ESL professionals, mostly in the United States, all native speakers. Another question is, ¿como profesores podemos tener acceso a las guías de iTEP? Las guías, I'm not sure which guías you mean. If you mean guías de administración y configuración, of course, that's included. If you mean the iTEP virtual proctoring guía, of course, you can also receive that. I'm not sure which guías you mean. Next, any other questions? So yeah, any of these, any additional questions or any of these questions that involve requests for additional materials, please contact us directly at our emails that we just stated. I can also hold it up. Let's see. Now, maybe this helps. Here's one of my emails. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but we can work with UTB's Puebla and send out all of our direct emails later if you'd like to receive additional information.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we finish the question and answers section. And on behalf of UTB's Puebla, we thank Carlos and Michael, all of our presenters from today, and our attendees for tuning in. Please join us tomorrow for day 2 of Challenges of a New Teaching. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Many thanks. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you to all who attended the first day of Challenges of a New Teaching. We hope you enrich your teaching experience with today's presentations.
Join us tomorrow for our second day of conferences. If you have questions regarding registration, you will find the emails on the next image. Thank you very much. Goodbye.